Chapter 22-26. Seeing that the topic was getting further and further away, Suyu said, "Please arrange for this woman to be returned as soon as possible." "All right," Xiaoxiaoye agreed. Meanwhile, outside the Pirate Alliance, a lone boat descended from a pirate warship. On the warship stood another deputy leader of the Xiaoya pirates, Tai Shou. He put on a fake smile and cupped his fists at the three elders. "I'll send you three off here. Have a safe journey." After saying that, he turned the giant warship around while laughing. The three elder sat on the boat and floated towards the endless void. The one-eyed elder was disappointed. Everything had happened too quickly and violently. It was like a dream. Before yesterday, they were extraordinary figures who could call the shots in the Xiaoya pirates. They were top-notch almighties who could rival the leader. But now, they were chased away like three stray dogs. The change was so drastic and fast that it was hard to accept. "I can't accept this." One of the elders clenched his fists. "We've done so much for the Xiaoya pirates, and were chased away just like that." They had never thought about how they had used their identities to act like tyrants for so many years, and how much they had benefited from it, not to mention anything else. Just the many treasures in that mountain alone were enough for them to stuff their own pockets. Now that they were chased away, they had to put on an aggrieved expression. The one-eyed elder was about to say something, but suddenly a cold voice was heard clearly by the three of them. "Which pirate group do you belong to?" The three of them looked up and saw an ordinary horse galloping through the air. On the back of the horse sat a woman in plain white clothes. She was the heartless iron constable who had come to rescue Xue Mengfeiyu. "Who are you?" The three elders had good eyesight. Putting aside the fact that a woman had dared to barge into the vicinity of the Pirate Alliance for no reason, just the fact that the horse she was riding could step on the void and remain unscathed showed how extraordinary it was. "Answer me," the heartless iron constable calmly said, ignoring their question. Without the protection of the Xiaoya pirates, the three elders were much more obedient. They immediately said, "The Xiaoya pirates." The heartless iron constable nodded. "You're lucky." She was looking for the Xiaoya pirates. Unfortunately, she met three of them as soon as she arrived. "Bring me to the Xiaoya pirates, and I will spare your lives," heartless iron catcher said. She had heard of Xiaoya's name before. It was said that she was the strongest of the top 10 pirates. She was quite powerful, so unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to clash with her head-on. Hearing this, the three elders had bitter expressions. "Sir, you're late." The heartless iron constable frowned. After asking carefully, he found out that the three of them had been expelled. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they bring people in? The heartless iron constable said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. We just need to change the method. You guys are doing this, Xiaoya pirates." Suyu and the other two, who were discussing how to deal with Xue Mengfeiyu, suddenly received a report that the three elders had returned. Xiaoxiaoye glared at the person who came to report. "Do you still need to report to me how to deal with it?" Since they had returned, he would chase them away. However, the three elders captured a person from the 6th Absolute civilization. She claimed that she came to rescue Xue Mengfeiyu. Xiaoxiaoye was surprised. She said thoughtfully, "Bring them here." Before long, the three elders brought over a woman with disheveled clothes and blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. She was obviously injured. There were many wounds on her body from the three elders' attacks. "You came from the 6th Absolute civilization?" Xiaoxiaoye took off her veil and found an extremely delicate face beneath it. She wouldn't dare to say that she was the only one in the world, but she wasn't much inferior to Xue Mengfeiyu. The captured woman nodded fearfully. Xiaoxiaoye's eyes were filled with suspicion. She suddenly extended her hand and pointed a finger between her brows, searching her soul. Compared to questioning, searching her soul was more reliable. After searching for a while, she discovered that she was Xue Mengfeiyu's personal maid. At least, that was what her memory showed. She is indeed someone from the sixth absolute civilization. She should have come to rescue Xue Mengfei Yu, Xie Xiaoya said indifferently. She didn't care too much. This woman only had the cultivation of a half-step Tao master. Out of loyalty, she had traveled 1,000 miles to come here. She couldn't do anything alone. The three of you. Xie Xiaoya looked at the three elders and sighed in her heart. She said, "Rest for a day and leave tomorrow." The three elders sighed. "We don't have the face to stay. Farewell." After saying that, the three elders left hurriedly. It was as if they would lose their lives if they stayed any longer. Xie Xiaoya thought that the three elders were concerned about their reputation and didn't want to be noticed. But Su Yu frowned slightly. He sensed that something was amiss. Finally, Xie Xiaoya looked at the captured woman. She had an idea and said, "What a coincidence! It just so happens that Xue Mengfei Yu needs to be sent back. This woman can replace her and become your maid. What do you think?" Su Yu looked at the beautiful woman in white before him and shook his head lightly. "I don't think anything of it." Xie Xiaoya patted his shoulder and said, "A pirate should act like a pirate. Who doesn't like women at all?" Su Yu said meaningfully, "I might have accepted other women, but this woman, I advise you to either let her go or kill her. It's best not to keep her on the pirate ship." Hearing that, Xie Xiaoya understood what he was implying. She stared at the woman in white cautiously and said, "What do you think is wrong with her? Is she too pretty?" It was hard to understand why such a beautiful woman would willingly become someone else's maid. "No, it doesn't matter whether she's pretty or not. What's important is that her subtle expressions don't match her nervousness and fear." Su Yu's observation was meticulous. A person who harbors fear in her heart doesn't move at all. Indeed, if a nervous person showed fear on their face, their body would show the corresponding symptoms. For example, they would be bewildered or shaken, subconsciously trying to hide the panic in their hearts. It was impossible for them to not move an inch. This was something only someone with a strong, confident, and calm heart could do. Moreover, look at her palms. They are rougher than the rest of her skin. It means that she often holds things with her hands. Su Yu said, "Among them, the roughness of her left hand should be caused by something like a rein being worn over a long period of time, while her right hand is caused by holding a sword all year round. I can imagine that she must be riding a horse or a savage beast all year round. Moreover, it should be the same mount. This mount should be her exclusive mount. However, have you searched her memory for the mount that accompanied her all year round?" Xie Xiaoya shook her head. There is no such thing as a landline in her memory. She understood what Su Yu was trying to say. This woman's memory must be fake. Then look at her feet. It seems like she is standing casually, but the tips of her feet are aimed at you, leader. Su Yu's gaze was deep. This is a defensive posture. It is a subconscious action of a person. It shows that she is constantly on guard against you. And a person with fear in her heart should avoid direct or indirect contact with the target of her fear. If she was really afraid of you, the tips of her feet should be moving elsewhere, not aimed at you. Hearing Su Yu's analysis, Xie Xiaoya had a rough idea. She shook her head lightly and said, "It does make sense, but isn't it too hasty?" "I don't think she is." Suddenly, Xie Xiaoya, who had been suspicious a moment ago, attacked the woman without warning. This attack caught the woman off guard. She was testing whether the woman was really on guard against her, as Su Yu had said. She was also testing the woman's true abilities. However, what surprised Xie Xiaoya was the woman was caught off guard and her body was pierced by Xie Xiaoya's palm. She fell unconscious in a pool of blood. Xie Xiaoya asked suspiciously, "Are you sure there is a problem with her identity?" Su Yu shook his head. "I'm not sure. That's why I said, either let her go or kill her." However, my guesses have never been wrong. Ever since he had started cultivating, everything he had guessed had always been correct, without exception. Before Xiaxiaya could say anything, Meng Kuo stroked her chin and looked at the woman. She said thoughtfully, I feel like I have seen this woman somewhere before. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could she be someone related to Xia Yan? I remember now. Meng Kuo suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with shock. She is the heartless Iron Constable. When I was traveling around the nearby civilizations, I saw a civilization that worshipped her and erected a statue of her. Heartless Iron Constable? Xia Xiaoye was shocked. Who didn't know about the Heartless Iron Constable? They were known as one of the world's most famous constables. In this world, no one who was wanted by them had ever escaped. Xia Xiaoye's heart was filled with murderous intent. To the pirate alliance that roamed the dark regions, the Heartless Iron Constable was their nemesis. If one day the Heartless Iron Constable was determined to capture them, none of the 10 great pirate leaders would be able to escape. Now, perhaps in order to continue hiding her identity, the woman did not retaliate on purpose and allowed herself to be knocked unconscious. If she did not take this opportunity to kill her, when would she? Xia Heya condensed a spear in her palm and was about to kill her completely. Leader, please wait, Su Yu suddenly said. Xia Xiaoye said, Is there something wrong? Su Yu was a little embarrassed. I can kill her, but wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a world-famous and beautiful constable just like that? Instead of wasting it, why not satisfy me once, and I'll kill her again? How about that? Xia Xiaoye was suspicious. Xue Meng Feiyu was placed in front of him, but Su Yu had not touched her for several days. Why was he suddenly interested in the Heartless Iron Constable? Su Yu laughed and said, Actually, I hate Xue Meng Feiyu's character and do not want to have anything to do with that kind of woman. But the Heartless Iron Constable is a person that everyone respects. If I could have him, I would be satisfied even if I died. That made sense. However, Su Yu had previously said that even enemies would not be willing to force them and take away their chastity. Now it seemed like it was just empty words. The image of Su Yu in Xia Xiaoye's heart dimmed a little. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Fine, I'll leave her to you. But you must kill her and not leave any loose ends. Definitely. Su Yu looked anxious. He picked her up by the waist and looked left and right. Finally, he came to a battleship that was slightly further away from the main battleship. Seeing that, Xia Xiaoye was both annoyed and amused. Why are you hiding so far away? I won't peek. Su Yu placed the Heartless Iron Constable on the soft grass, then immediately began to remove her clothes in a hurry. Chapter 22-27. Just as Su Yu was about to touch the Heartless Iron Constable's collar, she opened her eyes without warning and reached out to grab Su Yu's wrist. Su Yu reacted quickly, and with a somersault in the air, he jumped away from his original spot and avoided her grasp. Your reaction is fast. The Heartless Iron Constable sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were calm and sharp as she sized Su Yu up. You flatter me, Su Yu said calmly. The Heartless Iron Constable took a light breath and stared at Su Yu as if she wanted to see through him. Your abilities are top-notch and your intelligence is like a demon's. Among those of the same age that I have seen, you can be ranked in the top 10. Top 10? You think too highly of me. Shaking her head lightly, the Heartless Iron Constable said, I never think highly of anyone, nor do I look down on anyone. You can indeed be ranked in the top 10. She had used a secret technique to secretly change her memory. In the end, she had successfully deceived Xia Xiaoye, but not Su Yu. Her original intention was to pretend to be a hostage and infiltrate the Xiaoye pirates, waiting for an opportunity to rescue Xue Meng Feiyu. Unfortunately, Su Yu was observant and intelligent. He could see through her suspicious identity. This was the first time she had made a mistake since she had been a constable. But there was still a chance. The person in front of her was a deputy captain. He should know the whereabouts of Xue Meng Feiyu and the Greedy Wolf King. If she captured him, she could still successfully take them away. So, you plan to capture me now that your plan has failed? Su-yu looked at the heartless iron constable with a lecherous gaze. Are you not afraid of falling into my hands? When that time comes, you will be my woman, the heartless iron constable said calmly, as long as you have the ability. Swish! She grabbed her waist with her right hand and immediately pulled out a soft sword. The sword was as soft as a willow, but it was filled with powerful space energy. Surrender! The heartless iron constable thrust her sword forward. As they were separated by 100 feet, the sword should not have been able to reach him. However, the body of the sword strangely became 100 feet long and pointed at Su-yu's chest. Su-yu's eyelids twitched. He had already sensed it and dodged. Creak! The sword brushed past his shoulder and cut off a piece of his sleeve that was stained with blood. Space law. No, it's the space domain. Su-yu's eyes became slightly grave. This woman might not be proficient in space domain, but within that soft sword, there was a rather solid space domain sealed. The fact that the sword could instantly grow longer was the effect of the space domain. To be able to see the space domain, it seems that you should be somewhat proficient in space divine arts or even space laws. The heartless iron arrestor said indifferently, his wrist shaking. Suddenly, the soft sword, which had missed its target, turned around and headed for Su-yu's back. Space vortex! Su-yu shouted in a low voice, while a space vortex immediately appeared behind him. The tip of a soft sword pierced into the space vortex, but it came out from the space on the right side of Su-yu's arm. At the moment of crisis, he used the law of space to resolve the other party's attack. You are indeed proficient in the law of space, the heartless iron catcher said. Then, with a violent shake of his wrist, the soft sword immediately divided into 9 small soft swords. They surrounded Su-yu from all directions, leaving him with no way out. These small swords also contain the space realm. If Su-yu was stabbed by them, even his heavenly dragon Taoist body might not be able to withstand it. Space folding! What Su-yu folded wasn't his own body, but the surrounding space. However, the surrounding space was like layers of paper. Apart from Su-yu, everything around him was distorted. The positions of the 9 soft swords that attacked him were immediately disrupted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su-yu used the space transportation and teleported out from a position where there was a flaw. Ding! Just as he was about to leave, the tips of the 9 soft swords touched together, making a crisp sound. If Su-yu had been 1 step slower, the tips of the 9 swords would have pierced into Su-yu's body. The heartless iron catcher's expression was calm. His attack had failed, so he held the sword with both hands. The entire body of the sword was suddenly fragmented, turning into countless densely packed space scales. They were as small as fish scales, but the difference was that each piece contained the space realm. The scales were like impenetrable raindrops, sprinkling all over the sky. Su-yu had nowhere to hide. His eyes turned cold, and the royal dragon sword appeared in his palm. With his feet as the center, his body spun on the spot, and the royal dragon sword in his hand also drew an elegant arc in the air. The arc was like a flash of lightning, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. Large pieces of scales, like white snow, were frantically rolled back. The heartless iron catcher pinched a finger with her left hand, and a huge black tortoise appeared under her feet. The black tortoise poked its head out, and a pair of indifferent eyes gently looked at the sweeping arc. It stood up unhurriedly. It used its thick and broad shell to block the scales and the arcs that were coming at it. What slightly surprised Su-yu was that the black tortoise was unknown, and its tortoise shell was terrifyingly hard. The scales were mounted on the tortoise shell, and the space realm inside was completely ineffective. This was the space realm. As a realm evolved from the 8 great rules, the power of such a realm was far stronger than ordinary realms. Even Su-yu's sky dragon body might not be able to withstand the space realm. However, this unknown tortoise could do it. How could Su Yu not be surprised? Puff, puff, puff. The black tortoise blocked all the densely packed scales and arcs, then slowly lay on the ground, motionless. The heartless iron catcher said lightly, "You are indeed very strong. In terms of strength alone, you can be ranked in the top 100 of the peers I have met." She slowly put down the soft sword, and a golden tortoise appeared on her small, fair palm. It was not a tortoise, but a tortoise-shaped furnace. In the furnace, an inextinguishable fire was burning. As soon as this thing appeared, Su Yu suddenly felt a powerful and unparalleled crisis. All the hair on his body stood up involuntarily. The bones all over his body trembled slightly again, as if they were about to be melted by the furnace fire. What shocked Su Yu even more was that the divine nine-dragon cauldron in his body had a slight movement, letting out a few dragon roars. It was as if he had encountered something familiar. The last time the divine nine-dragon cauldron moved was in the ancient dream forbidden lands of the demon realm. In the face of the human ancestors' life cauldron, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had once cheered. This was the second time, although it was very weak. It could not be underestimated. That golden tortoise was definitely not an ordinary thing. "I have to finish this quickly, so I can only use this thing," the heartless iron catcher said calmly. She had been handling cases for decades and had never failed. Even when facing the master of a seven-star civilization, she could still injure him. Therefore, it looked like this golden tortoise-shaped furnace. "The desolate, suppressing, black tortoise furnace," the heartless iron catcher said softly. With a flick of her hand, the golden tortoise turned into a living creature and pounced on Su Yu. Its size was obviously very small, but in Su Yu's field of vision, the shadow on its abdomen was almost like the sky, boundless and endless. No matter which direction Su Yu dodged in, he could not avoid it. His heart trembled. What was this thing? It did not look like a fairy embryo of a Taoist artifact, let alone a Taoist artifact. He immediately used Xiao Dai's perspective, and as soon as he saw it, he gasped. Chapter 22-28. The color of this golden tortoise was actually dark purple. Moreover, within the dark purple there were hints of black. It should be known that the color of the Tao artifacts, in Xiao Dai's eyes, was only light blue. Only the top Tao artifacts would be dark blue. However, the golden tortoise in front of him had not only surpassed the blue category, but had reached a dark purple with hints of black. Its level was simply unimaginable. Su Yu even suspected that it was an existence of the same level as the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Sensing the extreme danger, Su Yu no longer held back. Time and space freeze. His eyes suddenly shot out two intersecting colors, weaving into a giant hand. The giant hand suddenly grasped the time and space within a radius of billions of miles. All of a sudden, time and space fell into a state of stagnation. Apart from a few powerful path masters, such as Xiaoxiaoye, who vaguely sensed the drastic change in time and space, everyone else was frozen in place. As for the heartless iron catcher in front of him, the golden tortoise ignored it, forcibly crushing the giant hand condensed from the law of time and space, and pressing down with a loud rumble. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He put away the royal dragon sword and took out the pitch-black sinful sword. Zhaoxi! Without hesitation, he launched a powerful attack at the frozen, heartless iron catcher. All of a sudden, the heavens and the earth darkened. A smear of darkness and light coexisted at the highest point of the world. Where the two intersected, a simple and unadorned sword energy was born, casually pointing at the heartless iron catcher. This was a brand new form after he comprehended the sword of Zhaoxi. Its power was even greater than before. This sword should have wiped out the heartless iron catcher on the spot. However, because of the space domain, the soft sword at her waist trembled slightly, shattering the time and space that had sealed the heartless iron catcher. The heartless iron catcher woke up in time to witness the terrifying sword right in front of her. Her expression which had always been calm, finally changed. "Come back!" She immediately waved her hand, and the golden tortoise that was about to pounce on Suyu immediately appeared in front of her. The golden tortoise turned into the strange black tortoise just now, standing on its hind legs to block Xiaoxi. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The sinful sword cut 3 inches into the black tortoise's shell and could not go any further. The black tortoise felt the pain and was the first to turn. To prevent the sinful sword from being swept away, Suyu immediately pulled it out and used the morning and evening sword move once again. The heartless iron constable's eyes flickered with fear. She grabbed the black tortoise and shouted, "Gold and silver horses!" Cluck! With a majestic hiss, a spatial crack suddenly appeared between the two of them. A group of seemingly ordinary horses galloped out. The heartless iron catcher took advantage of the situation and jumped on it. Then, the gold and silver horse leaped and jumped into the void. Suyu thought for a moment. Not only did he not give chase, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. He's finally been let go. Suyu had heard many stories about the heartless iron hunters in the Pirate Alliance. It was rumored that she was a legendary woman whose goal was to create light. Suyu couldn't help but gasp in amazement after learning about its many legendary stories. He even felt a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He felt that there was kindness in his heart, and sometimes he would act chivalrously. However, he had never thought of protecting the world and destroying evil as his duty. At least, in terms of ideals, Suyu wasn't as noble as the heartless Iron Hunter. Moreover, the heartless Iron Hunter was a woman of her word. Over the years, she had kept her promise. Suyu had seen the criminals she had hired to capture. Any one of them was a bloody criminal who would make one's scalp go numb. Even if Suyu was present, he would probably get rid of them. Suyu wasn't a noble and selfless person, but he admired and liked people with noble ideals. Therefore, when he found out that this woman was the world-famous heartless Iron Hunter, he had the heart to let her live. Just now, he had stopped Xiaoxiao from killing her. However, Suyu is now a spy. If he openly let the heartless Iron Hunter go, wouldn't everyone suspect his identity as a spy? Therefore, Suyu pretended to be a man who lusted after beauty and wanted to be rude to the heartless Iron Hunter. He even deliberately brought her to the warship at the edge so that the heartless Iron Hunter could escape. In this way, the heartless Iron Hunter wouldn't have thought that a lecherous person like Suyu was actually trying to save her. She would never have guessed that he was a spy. As for the big fight that followed, it was beyond Suyu's expectations. Suyu knew that the heartless Iron Hunter hadn't fainted, but she was so powerful that Suyu couldn't control her. If he didn't have some skills, he might have been captured by the heartless Iron Hunter. Not only had he failed to save her, but he had also been captured. Just the thought of that scene made Suyu's stomach hurt. Luckily, after some twists and turns, he finally managed to let the heartless Iron Hunter go. Swish, 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 Xiaoxiao and Mengqir, who had felt the ripples of the battle, rushed over. Looking at the slightly battered Suyu, the two women's gazes sharpened. "Where's the heartless Iron Hunter?" Xiaoxiao asked with narrowed eyes, her heart sinking. Suyu said in shame. She pretended to be unconscious. Before I could start, she took the opportunity to escape. Xiaoxiao gently sniffed the ripples of the battle nearby and said, "Then what are the traces of battle here?" Xiaoxiao knew about that terrifying tortoise. But who did the chaotic time and space and the powerful sword energy belong to? It seems that one of the heartless Iron Hunter's old enemies suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. Xiaoxiao frowned. Such a coincidence. The heartless Iron Hunter was just about to kill Suyu, and that old enemy appeared? There was no such coincidence in this world. However, the urgent matter was not to investigate the cause, but to deal with it. Deputy Leader Su, return to your mansion immediately and protect Xuemeng Feiyu. Don't let her be captured, Xiaoxiao said. The heartless Iron Hunter's target was most likely this woman. All right. Suyu immediately returned to the mansion. Meng Qir's eyes flashed. Father, I'll go with you. Suyu naturally would not object. With the powerful Meng Qir, it would be much easier to deal with the heartless Iron Hunter if he really appeared. The two returned to the mansion, and Suyu set up a spell outside. The heartless Iron Hunter's gold and silver horses were said to be able to travel through space at any time. If it suddenly appeared, it would be impossible to guard against it. Therefore, Suyu set up a layer of spell. Once there was a living creature traveling through space nearby, the spell would immediately sense it. Father, I'll go watch over that little girl. All right. Meng Qir's eyes flashed mysteriously as she went to Suyu's bedroom. In the room, Xue Mengfeiyu was earnestly making the bed, not daring to slack off. Hearing movement behind her, she immediately turned around, lowered her head, and said, "Mr. Su!" "You should call me Mississippi," hearing that it was a woman's voice. Xue Mengfeiyu curiously raised her head and saw a beautiful woman in white. "You are." Chapter 22-29. Xue Mengfeiyu was dumbfounded. Suyu's child is already so old? Why does he look so much older than Suyu? But what does that have to do with me? She said honestly, "Greetings, miss." "All right, little girl, I want you to do something for me. Once it's done, I'll give you something as compensation." Hearing that, Xue Mengfeiyu knew it wasn't anything good. She said tactfully, "Miss, my status is low and I can't help you much." "No, I don't want your status. I want your person." She wants my person? Xue Mengfeiyu subconsciously placed her hand on her chest and thought to herself, could this woman be a homosexual as the rumors say? Xue Mengfeiyu wanted to object, but Meng Qir had already shot out a domain, enveloping Xue Mengfeiyu. The pitiful Xue Mengfeiyu had come to the Pirate Alliance and been placed under a domain by two Path Masters. "What did you do to me?" Xue Mengfeiyu felt like crying at this moment. Why do they like to place domains on people? The first one was to make her obey Suyu, but now? This is my 1,000 Dreams domain. Once it's activated, your consciousness will enter an illusory dream. Later, the first man you see will automatically be replaced in your consciousness with the person you want to see the most in your dreams. Of course, the things you want to do in your dreams will also be done by your body in reality. No, I don't want it. Xue Mengfeiyu was smart and immediately understood what it was. Her face turned pale. In Suyu's bedroom, who would be the first person she would meet? Was there even a need to say it? "It's not up to you." Xue Mengfeiyu snapped her fingers. All of a sudden, Xue Mengfeiyu's eyes darkened. Meng Qir's domain was magical, and Xue Mengfeiyu was clearly in an illusion. But her eyes didn't show any signs of dullness. She seemed very clear-headed, and there was nothing strange about her. "Father, you must be suffocating to get the heartless iron trap. I can only use you to quench my thirst." Meng Qir smiled, then closed the door quietly and stood guard outside. Soon, Suyu finished setting up the formation. He saw Meng Qir patrolling outside his bedroom. "Why don't you go in?" Suyu asked. The heartless iron constable's gold and silver horses were extraordinary. They might even be able to break through the formation and appear beside Xue Mengfeiyu, taking her away immediately. Therefore, it was best for him to stay close to Snow Dream Flying Rain. With a guilty conscience, Meng Qir stammered, "I can make it if I'm outside." "Fine. Inform me immediately if anything happens." Suyu was worried about leaving Xue Mengfeiyu alone, so he pushed open the door and entered. He saw Xue Mengfeiyu's back facing him, bending over to fold the blanket. When she bent over, her buttocks curled up, outlining two smooth curves. Suyu averted his gaze calmly, then sat down on the cushion on the ground and began meditating with his legs crossed. Not long after he closed his eyes, he suddenly smelled a fragrant breeze. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Xue Mengfeiyu. He did not know when she had arrived, but she was only 3 feet away from him. His face, which should have been fair, was now covered with a strange red hue. Her pair of crystal-like eyes were filled with abnormal ripples. Her breath smelled like orchids. As she stared at Suyu, Suyu immediately recognized her form. She must have been struck by something, causing her to lose her mind. "Rukin, I am yours." As she spoke, she threw herself into Suyu's embrace. As soon as her body entered his embrace, Suyu immediately felt a deep heat. Lowering his head, he saw that she had already taken off her clothes. At that moment, she was like a little sheep lying in Suyu's embrace, asking for anything. No matter how strong Suyu's mental fortitude was, he could not help but feel his heart waver. However, this thought had only just arisen when it was forcefully erased. This woman was too heartless. Being entangled with such a woman would hinder his cultivation. "Wake up!" Suyu tapped a finger between her brows, using his soul energy to awaken her consciousness. However, just as he extended his finger, Shuemeng Feiyu sucked on it gently. Suyu creased his brows and was about to forcefully shake her off. All of a sudden, the spell outside shook violently. Suyu was shocked. The heartless iron catcher had indeed returned. Crack! A moment after the spell shook, a space appeared in front of Suyu, and a horse peeked its head out. The heartless iron catcher was sitting on it. She swept her gaze across and saw an extremely indecent scene. Shuemeng Feiyu was naked, lying in Suyu's embrace. As for Suyu, he extended his finger for Shuemeng Feiyu to suck on. The heartless iron catcher was expressionless. He sighed slightly. "I'm a step too late." Crash! Suyu shielded Shuemeng Feiyu behind him and was about to summon the sinful sword. The heartless iron catcher turned and left. After confirming that he had left completely, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Ku-er, Xiaoxiaoye, and the others arrived one after another. Knowing that the heartless iron catcher had almost taken Shuemeng Feiyu away, Xiaoxiaoye finally made up her mind. She said, "Deputy Leader Su, I'll leave the negotiation with the 6th Peerless family to you. You must obtain more resources for the upcoming Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode. Go in person? It would be very dangerous. You've just joined the Pirate Alliance, so what you lack is experience. If you can bring back more resources for the rest of the pirates to benefit, then you'll have more authority in the entire Pirate Alliance." Suyu pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Golden-eyed Longjuan's condition was that Suyu could influence the overall decisions of the Pirate Alliance. The extortion was an opportunity for him to increase his authority. If he performed well enough and brought back more things, the Pirate Alliance would undoubtedly favor him even more. In the future, his suggestions would naturally be carefully considered by the Pirate Alliance. "Before the negotiation, I need to make some preparations." "No problem. You have a month to prepare." Back in the bedroom, Suyu looked at Shuemeng Feiyu, whose eyes were full of tears and looked extremely aggrieved. He said calmly, "Don't cry anymore, or I'll really do it to you." Shuemeng Feiyu wiped away her tears immediately, but she was hating Suyu to the core. Although nothing had happened just now, her body had already been seen and touched by him, right? To Shuemeng Feiyu, this was intolerable. "Get ready. I'll send you away in a month. During this period, you're not allowed to step out." Suyu sat cross-legged and stared at her, just in case the heartless iron catcher came back again. He cast a space barrier around him. In this way, Shuemeng Feiyu couldn't see what Suyu was doing inside. Suyu's heart moved, and he entered the cavern world. He wanted to ask the evil dragon about the next step of training the heavenly dragon body. However, as soon as he entered, he heard the evil dragon's cheers. The evil King Pearl has finally been refined. The evil dragon was circling a fist-sized pearl that was emitting black light, dancing up and down. His expression was filled with deep joy. "Congratulations." Suyu took a look at the evil King Pearl. Although he didn't know what use it had, his intuition told him that it was quite extraordinary. The evil dragon immediately transformed into a human form, holding the evil King Pearl in his hand. He smiled and said, "Thank you, my lord, for helping me successfully cultivate the evil King Pearl." Chapter 2230. The evil dragon licked his lips and said excitedly, "This is the evil King Pearl that was introduced in a crafting technique that I erased from the evil Dragon Bible. It needs the purest evil energy in the world to be refined. Once it is refined successfully, as long as the evil King Pearl is in one's mouth, one can summon the evil king to fight." From the sounds of it, it was similar to summoning a soul and possessing a body for battle. "Is it very powerful?" The evil dragon smiled proudly. "Of course it is. Once the evil king is possessed, one can share the evil moon ability of the evil king. The so-called evil moon ability is an extremely powerful eye technique that can copy all the attacks of others, including the realm." Hearing this, Su Yu's pupil shrank. An eye technique that could even copy the realm? What kind of existence would that be? Su Yu couldn't help but be tempted. "My lord, this pearl only has a chance to see the light of day because of your gift. So you should be the first to try it, so that it can once again emit the radiance hidden in the dust of history." Su Yu waved his hand. "You worked hard to refine this item. I can't take it for myself." Seeing that Su Yu didn't intend to take it for himself, the evil dragon was even more grateful. He was under Su Yu's roof. So if Su Yu wanted to snatch it away, there was nothing he could do. It was only because Su Yu respected him as a living creature, not because he had worked hard. "My lord, please don't refuse. You can return the evil King Pearl to me one day when you no longer need it." After thinking for a while, Su Yu said, "All right, thank you." After thinking for a while, Su Yu asked, "Can anyone use this pearl?" "Of course not," the evil dragon said. "Only those who have cultivated the evil Dragon Bible can use it. If anyone else obtains it, it will be useless, just like how others obtain a doctrine artifact." Su Yu nodded deeply. Copy the realm of others? If it was used cleverly, it would be very shocking. Then, Su Yu asked about the training of the second stage of the Sky Dragon body. The evil dragon's answer was that the second stage, in addition to enlightenment, must be experienced again, similar to the impact of the power of heaven and earth. The Sky Dragon body could only continue to evolve under the impact of the powerful force. Of course, because the Sky Dragon body would become stronger the higher it went, the more powerful the power of heaven and earth would be. However, that was easier said than done. A month later, Su Yu arrived at Xia Xiaoya's great hall as promised. There were a few other pirates in the hall. He didn't know the others, except for the Sea Wolves pirate Star Lady, who he naturally knew. The latter nodded slightly and smiled in a friendly manner. Su Yu responded with a faint smile. "Vice Leader Su, you can introduce yourself to these people on the way." Xia Xiaoya was clearly not very happy. The initial plan was to appoint the two deputy chiefs, Su Yu and Iron Hand, to go to the sixth unique civilization together. However, the other 9 great pirates suddenly came looking for them, hoping that the few young pirates they had recruited would go with them. Su Yu was puzzled. Why did so many people suddenly appear? Moreover, they were generally quite young. "Yes, leader." Su Yu was puzzled. He boarded a speedboat and headed toward the place where the Wan Zong beasts appeared. After boarding the speedboat, Su Yu sat alone in a corner and watched over Shueming Feiyu. "Deputy Leader Su, thank you for your hard work." At that moment, the fragrance of a young lady drifted over from behind him. A white hand was holding a spirit wine that was rich in spiritual energy, and it was delivered to Su Yu. Su Yu turned his head and found that it was Star Lady. He took the spirit wine, but didn't drink it. Instead, he just smiled gently. "Vice Leader Su, don't you want to ask something? For example, why did so many people suddenly appear when you were supposed to go and negotiate alone?" Star Lady's eyes shone with a strange light. Su Yu said, "Something must have happened during the month I was in seclusion, right?" "Correct answer." Star Lady was slightly mischievous. a rare heavenly lion broke into the territory of the sixth unique family, and many strong men were chasing it. Heavenly lion? Suyu was slightly surprised. The heavenly lion was a kind of peculiar lion born from stone lions. Some stone lions carved from special materials, after experiencing the endless power of heaven and earth and being nourished for a long time, would naturally give birth to a form of intelligence. Then the spiritual intelligence would leave the stone lions and be named the heavenly lion. The potential of the heavenly lion was extremely shocking. It could usually grow to the level of a pathmaster or even a powerful pathmaster of a family. Once the heavenly lion appeared, it would be the target of everyone's competition. However, the heavenly lion was extremely spiritual, second only to the gold and silver horse. Only people with great potential would choose to be its master. In the eyes of the heavenly lion, those whose cultivation had reached the level of a pathmaster had already exhausted their potential. It would only choose young people from the younger generation whose strength was on par with it, and then grow together with it. Currently, many young talents from the 7 great families of the 7 unique civilizations had gone to the 6th unique family to hunt down the heavenly lion that had suddenly appeared. The pirate alliance who had received the news naturally did not want to be left behind. They wanted to take advantage of the negotiation to enter the 6th unique family to find the heavenly lion. After knowing the whole story, Suyu shrugged. He was not interested in it at all. Soon, they came to a place where the Wanzhong beast appeared. After waiting for a few days, the Wanzhong beast appeared, so they successfully reached the civilization near the 7 unique civilizations. Iron Hand, who was traveling with them, found Suyu and asked, "Vice Leader Su, what are you going to do about the hostage exchange?" In fact, Iron Hand had been in the Pirate Alliance for many years, so he was very familiar with the hostage exchange. However, he just wanted to test Suyu. He wanted to see if this young man was worthy of the leader's attention. Suyu understood Iron Hand's intentions and said calmly, "I will personally bring her into the 6th unique family to negotiate with the family master." Iron Hand was stunned. He had thought that Suyu would come up with a good idea. But looking at it now, how could this be an idea? It was clearly foolish. Did he want to bring Xue Mengfiyu into the 6th unique family and then come back? The 6th unique family would try everything to get the hostages back, wouldn't they? Even if Suyu and the others threatened them with the lives of the hostages, how could they escape the pursuit of the 6th unique family? The most correct way would be to ask for the treasures first, then send a message to the 6th unique family and ask them to go to a certain place to retrieve the hostages. If Suyu were to barge in without any strategy, he would wipe out all of them. Iron Hand was extremely disappointed in Suyu. He really did not understand how he had managed to capture the greedy Wolf King and Xue Mengfiyu. It was simply unbelievable. How could he know that the heartless Iron Constable had already intervened in this matter? If Xue Mengfiyu was more than 1,000 feet away from Suyu, the heartless Iron Constable might suddenly appear and successfully capture her. Therefore, bringing her with him was the safest and most reliable method. "Let's go and negotiate with the 6th unique family," Iron Hand shouted. "Vice Leader Su, please forgive us for not being able to take the risk with you." Chapter 2231. In fact, even if he didn't say it, none of the young heroes would be willing to go with Suyu. As long as they weren't stupid, they would understand how ignorant Suyu was to bring hostages with him to negotiate. Suyu glanced at them indifferently and said, "I think it's better if you don't stay here." However, no one was willing to believe him. The young elites who were present were extremely dissatisfied with Suyu, whose reputation was like the sun in the sky. At this moment, they would not agree with his stupid decision. "I'll go with you." Star Lady came out from the crowd and said, she winked at the people behind her and said, "I think it's better for you to listen to Deputy Leader Su." After saying that, she left with Suyu and went directly to the 6th Peerless family. The group of people stayed where they were. "Deputy Leader Tai, what should we do about the capture of the Tianjua lion?" Stone Sword from the Sea Wolves Pirates asked with a frown. Their original intention was to get the 7 civilizations to allow them to enter and capture the Tianjua Lion through negotiation. However, because of Su Yu's arbitrary decision, all their plans were in vain. Iron Hand pondered and said, "There is no other way. We can only sneak in. Anyway, the 6th Peerless family is vast. As long as you don't deliberately show your tracks, you won't be recognized." In fact, many young heroes also planned to sneak in. However, after getting Iron Hand's affirmation, they became more confident. "Get ready. Once you are ready, we can go." Hunting the Tianjua lion was not an easy task. It was almost impossible to accomplish it alone. At least a small number of people had to form a team to have a chance. Therefore, all the people present immediately formed a team. Half a day later, everything was ready. When they were about to set off, they suddenly found a dark cloud outside the civilization. When they got closer, they found that it was not a dark cloud, but countless battleships. There were thousands of battleships. Each battleship had a giant cannon that was full of energy, aiming at everyone in the civilization. Are we surrounded by the battleships of the 7 civilizations? How is it possible? Did they foresee that we would come? At this time, a strong man was floating on a slightly larger battleship with his hands behind his back. His body was as strong as a tower, and he sneered. "I knew that you greedy pirates would be attracted by the Tianjua lion. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, Iron Hand's heart skipped a beat, as if he had missed a beat. He finally understood why Su Yu had advised them to leave this place as soon as possible before leaving. Because at that time, Su Yu had already anticipated that the enemy might have anticipated his actions and was patrolling all the places where the Wanzhong beasts appeared in the vicinity. "Surrender or die." The muscular man grinned, revealing a cold smile. Iron Hand felt a chill in his heart. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of 1,000 cannons, not a single person present would be able to survive. However, if he fell into the hands of the 6th Peerless family, he would still have no way out. The only difference was whether he would die sooner or later. "Don't fight, we surrender." Iron Hand made a wise decision. He led the young elites to raise their hands and surrender. It was a pity that they came to hunt the heaven-scorching lion, but in the end they didn't even see the lion's shadow before they were hunted by someone else. "Bring them all back." The burly man laughed mischievously. He suppressed the captives and returned with a full load. The 6th Peerless family. On a certain floating island, there were several splendid palaces. Heartless Iron Arrestor, you mean? In one of the palaces, there were 3 people sitting. One of them was a white-clothed woman with a veil covering her face. It was the heartless Iron Arrestor. Of the other 2, one was middle-aged, but he was still shockingly handsome. His facial features were somewhat similar to Xuanmeng Feiyu's. He was the master of the 6th Peerless family, Miazheng. The other was a fair-skinned and handsome young man in luxurious clothes. He held a purple sword in his hand, and his temperament was extraordinary. He looked at the heartless Iron Arrestor with concern and said, "Lord Iron Arrestor, please state clearly whether Feiyu's rescue was successful." The heartless Iron Arrestor said calmly, "You see that I am empty-handed. Do you still need to ask?" She had never left, lingering near Xuanmeng Feiyu, looking for an opportunity to take her away. However, Su Yu was too vigilant. For the past month, he had never left her side. He did not give her any chance to attack. Knowing that they were going to bring Xuanmeng Feiyu back to extort money, the heartless Iron Arrestor knew that she could not succeed. So, she had rushed back an hour earlier. How could this be? The heartless Iron Arrestor has never failed. Miazheng still could not believe it. Even the master of a 7-star civilization could not stop the heartless Iron Arrestor from taking someone away. In the Pirate Alliance, the strongest person was probably Xiaxiaye. Could her strength be a threat to the heartless Iron Arrestor? The heartless Iron Arrestor's expression was calm, as if she was convinced. There is an expert in the pirate alliance. Be it in terms of wisdom, martial arts, or scheming, he is not inferior to me. As long as he is here, I cannot save Shuemeng Feiyu. Hearing this, Mia Zheng frowned deeply. Is it Xia Xiaoya? No. The heartless iron arrestor shook her head lightly. The young man could not sit still. Who is he? In the pirate alliance, only Xia Xiaoya is comparable to you in martial arts, but she should not be able to stop you. The heartless iron arrestor shook her head calmly. I cannot say. Why? The young man raised his eyebrows. The heartless iron arrestor looked at the teacup on the table, slightly absent-minded. Because he let me go. Hearing this, Mia Zheng and the young man sucked in a breath. That person's martial arts were actually superior to the heartless iron arrestors. The young man was indignant. So what if he saved you? He is a pirate, and everyone has the right to kill him. No. The heartless iron arrestor's eyes were deep and profound. I am thinking that he is not a real pirate, but a spy sent by some aristocratic family. At first, the heartless iron arrestor also thought that Su Yu had violated her. However, after thinking about it carefully, if Su Yu wanted to violate her, why did he not do it in his own bedroom, but in a remote place? Was it to make it easier for her to escape? Therefore, she was very sure of her guess. Spy? Which aristocratic family? The young man's eyes flickered slightly. The heartless iron arrestor said calmly, after looking up a lot of information, I can already confirm which aristocratic family he comes from. However, he let me go, and I will help him keep this a secret. The young man's eyes were filled with deep anger. He did not care about the spy. Anyone who dared to obstruct him from saving Shuemeng Feiyu was his enemy. Looking at the young man, the heartless iron arrestor said, Also, I have a piece of news for you. Without another word, she placed a piece of jade on the table, then stood up and cupped her fists at the young man. Tell your father that the mission has failed. I will return this favor next time. When she finished speaking, she moved and disappeared. The young man had a bad premonition, so he crushed the jade piece. An image was projected into the air. He saw a naked Shuemeng Feiyu, her eyes filled with love as she nestled in a man's embrace. She was even sucking the man's finger in pleasure. Witnessing such a scene, the young man's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 2232. Flying Rain. He clenched his fists tightly, the muscles on his face constantly twitching, the muscles on his cheeks squirming up and down. It could be seen that he was gnashing his teeth. The scene ended there, and there was no follow-up. However, Feiyu had already reached that stage with that man. Was there any need to say what would happen next? Thinking of this, the young man could not restrain his anger. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in his chest. However, he was quite shrewd and did not say anything more. Mia Zheng's face was filled with disappointment and his eyes dimmed. Even though he had expected it, he still found it hard to accept that it had actually happened. Would such a beautiful person like his daughter end up in the hands of the pirate alliance? He looked at the young man and said, Young Master Xia, I've troubled you. Although he couldn't save his daughter, he was still grateful for the help of the 7th Peerless family. The young man was none other than Xia Rukin. After a brief moment of anger, he regained his composure and said, It's fine. Seeing this, Mia Zheng inwardly praised him. Even though he was in so much pain, he was still able to regain his composure in just a few breaths. As expected of Xia Yian's son, just this temperament alone was enough to ensure that he would have unparalleled achievements in the future. At the same time, her heart dimmed. Her daughter had lost her innocence, so it was impossible for Xia Rukin to marry her, right? Just like that, a proud son of heaven had missed the chance to enter the 6th great family. Uncle, I will take my leave and return to the 7th Peerless clan. Mia Zheng replied, Very well. The pirates are here for the hostages. I am unable to attend to young Master Xia personally. My apologies. Xia Rukin nodded and left with a complicated expression. Mie Zhang sighed deeply. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. If any pirates inform us that they are here to negotiate, inform me immediately, Mie Zhang said. Regardless of whether his daughter was still innocent or not, she was still his most beloved daughter. He had to be redeemed. At that time, Su Yu and the Star Maiden brought Shui Meng Feiyu with them and descended on a certain place in the 6th peerless family. This place was quite a distance from the prince's mansion. The reason he came here was naturally to arrange an escape route in advance. Otherwise, would he really swagger into the mansion to exchange hostages? Although he was confident in his own strength, he was not stupid to the point of being conceited. After several days of gathering information, Su Yu found a few places where traces of the Wanzhong beast would appear in the near future. Shua. One day, the three of them arrived at the peak of a cloud. According to the intelligence analysis, someone had seen the Wanzhong beast here before, and the time interval was a month. Calculating carefully, in another 3 days it would be a month. At that time, the Wanzhong beast should appear here. Once he obtained the resources, he could use the 10,000 sect beasts to leave in time. Let's head to the next place to confirm. Su Yu was speaking when he suddenly saw a crowd of people flying over from the horizon. There were close to 1,000 people. They formed groups and chased crazily, using all types of magical treasures and talismans to increase their speed. Seeing that their cultivations weren't high, not even at the level of a pathmaster, Su Yu didn't leave immediately. Soon, when they got close, Su Yu and the other two could clearly see what they were chasing. It was actually chasing after a stone lion covered in rust. The stone lion was very ferocious. From time to time, it would turn its head and roar at them. The group of young elites was filled with excitement and joy as they chased after it. The Star Lady recognized it immediately. Her eyes flashed with excitement. It's a sky lion. Shui Meng Feiyu was also shocked. They had just returned, and they ran into the sky lion that was being chased. Looking at the sky lion running in their direction, Shui Meng Feiyu's heart was beating wildly. This was a rumored innate spiritual beast that could grow to the level of a family master. If she could make it recognize her as its master, it would mean that she would have an extremely powerful pet in the future. Let's go. It's boring, Su Yu said calmly. In the eyes of ordinary people, the sky lion was indeed precious. However, to Su Yu it was worthless. It would take at least tens of thousands of years for him to grow to the level of a pathmaster, right? In such a long time, Su Yu didn't even know which level his cultivation had broken through. Moreover, Su Yu now had the sword technique to fight with a pathmaster, who was at the level of a family master. Moreover, with the continuous cultivation of the heavenly dragon body, it would sooner or later surpass the level of a pathmaster. Why would he need to raise a sky lion with limited potential? Boring? Shui Meng Feiyu thought she had heard it wrong. Even a family master would want to get the sky lion, right? Star Maiden was quite interested in beating Su Yu up. Others might think that Su Yu was being conceited, but to Star Maiden, Su Yu was just trying to show his calmness. However, Su Yu's position was too high, so people thought that he was being conceited. However, the strange thing was, when the sky lion saw Su Yu and the others, it was about to turn around and run in another direction. However, it seemed to have discovered something. With a look of surprise in its eyes, it sped up its pace and ran towards them. Finally, before Su Yu and the others left, it rushed over and lay in front of Su Yu. It kept rolling its body and sticking out its tongue, looking at Su Yu with a pair of eager eyes. The sky lion was very intelligent, so it could identify the potential of others. It looked down on the 7 unique civilizations, heaven rulers, who were chasing after it. However, when it saw Su Yu, it saw Su Yu's amazing potential. No, it was not amazing, but nature-defying. Therefore, such a proud spiritual creature like the sky lion ran to Su Yu and pretended to be obedient, trying to please him, hoping that he would accept it. This scene made Shuemeng Fei Yu's eyes pop out. Even the star lady covered her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. This was not the first time she had heard about the pride of the Sky Lion. Even if it met a master it liked, it would only consider signing a contract and becoming its pet if the master begged it nicely. Moreover, even if it became a pet, it would still be quite proud. Its master might not be able to command it every time. It was said that there was once a heaven ruler who had a Sky Lion. When it was fighting against an enemy, its master was fighting to the death, while it played leisurely at the side. No matter how its master called out to it, it was too proud and refused to fight. In the end, it watched its master being beaten to death and left. She had never heard of a Sky Lion trying to please its master, except now. Shuemeng Fei Yu was also shocked. Was Su Yu's potential very strong? How strong could a lowly pirate like him be? Shuemeng Fei Yu did not want to believe this. However, she had to believe it. The Sky Lion begged him to accept it as a pet. This was like the gold and silver horse begging Wuxin to be its master. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Don't block the way, get lost. He kicked the sky-severing lion, who was begging for shelter, and sent it rolling on the ground. He couldn't be bothered to accept such a useless spiritual pet. The veins on Star Maiden's forehead were throbbing. She didn't know why, but she had a strong urge to beat someone up. The divine pet which all the geniuses in the world yearned for had taken the initiative to acknowledge Su Yu as its master, yet he had kicked it away in disdain. Star Maiden felt that this kick was also a kick to her own face. It was really a case of comparing goods to goods and people to death. Shuemeng Feiyu's eyes widened. How could they treat a super divine beast like this? She couldn't help but feel sorry for the Tianjua lion. Coincidentally, a group of Heaven's favorites caught up and watched as their Sky Lions were kicked away. They were shocked and felt like their hearts were bleeding. Divine beasts were meant to be protected, not kicked. However, to them, the sky-severing lion was like a dog. After being kicked away, it didn't get angry. Instead, it ran toward Su Yu again, trying to please him while pressing its tail. It looked like it wanted to lick Su Yu's toes. However, Su Yu was slightly displeased. Don't make things difficult for me. With your potential, you are useless to me. Find another master. After saying that, he was about to walk away. However, the sky-severing lion pounced on him and hugged his thigh. It kept rubbing against his thigh and making pleading sounds. Humph! Su Yu's eyes turned cold. He kicked the sky-severing lion with his right leg and sent it flying. It rolled on the ground for a few times and finally stopped when its body was covered with mud. Stop pestering me, or I will skin you and use you to make soup. Su Yu turned around and left. He walked towards the next destination with a guilty conscience. Star Maiden and Shuemeng Feiyu left with Su Yu reluctantly. The sky-severing lion was left behind, wiping its tears pitifully. Seeing this, many young geniuses were heartbroken. How could anyone bully a divine beast like this? They couldn't wait to catch up with Su Yu and beat him up. A beautiful young woman with great potential came forward with a comforting smile. She said, Sky-severing lion, don't be sad. Come with me, okay? I will treat you well. However, the sky-severing lion suddenly raised its head. In his eyes, there was a human-like disdain that he didn't bother to hide. Moreover, it even spoke in the human language. It said disdainfully, a bunch of salted fish. After saying that, his 4 legs kicked out and he fled without a trace. The young woman was left behind with a stiff and embarrassed look. Many young geniuses were also quite annoyed. How could he call them salted fish? What was more annoying was that the sky-severing lion had obviously gone to chase after Su Yu. It would rather be used by Su Yu, a fresh fish, than be treated as a treasure by a group of salted fish. How infuriating! However, even though the sky-severing lion's attitude was so bad, they still had hope and wanted to keep the sky-severing lion as their own. Su Yu systematically figured out the locations of several Wanzhong beasts. Finally, He set off in the direction of the Wang mansion. 2 days later, in the Wang mansion, Miezheng was not in the mood to meditate. According to the Wuxin iron arrestor, the pirates who came to negotiate should have already arrived nearby. However, several days had passed, so why hadn't they sent a notice of negotiation? Report: there are people outside the mansion who claim to be from the Pirate Alliance. They have brought the young lady here. Is this true? Mia Zheng couldn't believe it. Aren't they afraid that they won't be able to get away if they bring a hostage here? With a thought, he immediately appeared outside the mansion in a flash. What he saw was the man who was having sex with his daughter and a young woman with a pink lotus mark on her forehead. Finally, there was his daughter who looked nervous. Chapter 2233. Su Yu looked around at the crowd. Are you going to negotiate here? Shall we enter the mansion? Miezheng asked. Sure. Miezheng was in disbelief. Did these two think they could come out alive after entering his mansion? However, this was exactly what he wanted, so why not? Please come in. Under his arrangement, they sat opposite each other in the guest hall. Miezheng also summoned the 6th Peerless Family's Pathmasters. There were a total of 12 Pathmasters. They did not give off any aura of a Pathmaster, but just by standing there, they gave off a suffocating feeling. Even a pirate leader would feel pressured if he came to negotiate in person. However, Su Yu's face was calm, without any sign of nervousness. He said, I've brought the hostage. As the heir of the 6th Peerless Family, how much do you think she's worth? Miezheng looked at his daughter with a meaningful look. For the sake of his daughter's safety, Miezheng did not act rashly. After thinking for a moment, he said, Sincerely, name your price. Su Yu put down his teacup, raised his eyes, and said calmly, Half of the 6th Peerless Family's treasury. From its inception until now, the treasuries of the 6th Peerless Family had accumulated an unimaginable amount of resources. Half of it was probably several times more than the entire Pirate Alliance combined. With those resources, Su Yu could totally build another Pirate Alliance. Half? Miezheng laughed. Are you joking? If they lost half of their treasury, the 6th Peerless Family would be greatly weakened. Although it would not be a serious blow, their development would be much slower than the other 6 great families. Of course not, Su Yu said calmly. We are not close, so of course I wouldn't joke with you. Miezheng shook his head. Half is too much. Even if you kill my daughter in front of me, I won't give it to you. He did not understand why this stupid pirate, who had sent a hostage to his mansion, would dare to ask for half of the resources. Surely no one would agree to such a ridiculous request. Su Yu did not expect them to agree. The condition of expulsion was so high that it was naturally used for bargaining. I can give you 1/10,000th at most. Miezheng said. Su Yu shook his head. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Half. All right, 1,000th, Miezheng said. Half. Su Yu was unwavering. 1%. No more. Miezheng said. This was the bottom line that Xiaxiaye had given him before coming. As long as he could achieve that, the mission would be completed successfully. However, if Su Yu wanted to gain the trust and favor of the many pirates, it was naturally not enough to rely on just this. I said half. 2%. Half. Both sides kept haggling. Finally, when it reached 5%, Miezheng insisted on not increasing it. Su Yu was quite satisfied. 5 times more than the bottom line was quite good. Such a large amount of resources was comparable to the accumulation of one of the top 10 pirates. Deal, Su Yu said calmly. Miezheng was a little tired. He looked at the young man in front of him. To be honest, if it wasn't because of his position, he really admired this kind of young man. He was able to bargain with the 12 Dao Lords without batting an eyelid. Just this calmness alone was not inferior to any of the heirs of the 7 absolute aristocratic families. Why would such a person become a pirate? What a pity. The most unfortunate thing was that he was reckless and had tainted his own daughter. If he didn't, Then he would consider recruiting him and letting him join the 6th-ranked clan. However, violating his daughter was an unforgivable crime. A murderous intent lingered in Mia Zheng's heart. But on the surface, there was nothing strange. All right, Mia Zheng said. Now that the bargaining chips had been negotiated, the next step was the issue of the transaction. Now, I will transfer the resources from your treasury, Suyu said. 3 days later, I will send a message to you and ask you to go to a certain place to take the people away. Mia Zheng was not surprised. He said, all right, please come with me to the treasury. Since they were transferring resources, Suyu naturally had to keep an eye on it. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived before an extremely heavily guarded treasure vault. Mia Zheng secretly signaled to the Dao Lords to take advantage of the opportunity to attack. There was a powerful space formation in the treasury. When the treasury's door was opened, it would automatically activate and imprison everyone who did not have the bloodline of the 6th-ranked clan. In other words, Su Yu and the Star Lady would be trapped in the space immediately. They would take advantage of the opportunity to rescue Xuan Meng Feiyu, while the other group would capture Su Yu and the Star Lady alive. They would then search their souls to see if they had done anything to Xuan Meng Feiyu. The few of them exchanged glances and understood what to do. Mia Zheng pointed at one of the activation formations on the treasury and prepared to carry out his plan. However, right at that moment, a huge commotion was heard outside the mansion. At the same time, a stone lion covered in rust actually ran in a panic and bumped its head against the door of the treasury. It cried out in pain and bounced back from the treasury's door. Everyone was stunned. There were many experts secretly guarding the mansion. How could something break into such a heavily guarded place like the treasury? However, when they took a closer look, the many Dao Lords, including Mia Zheng, were all shocked. A Tianjua lion? Mia Zheng was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. If he could get his hands on a Tianjua lion and raise it to maturity, it would be equivalent to having a powerful combat power that was no less than his own. He had already sent the young elites of his clan to capture it. He did not expect that it would run into the 6th-ranked clan on its own. It was really God's will. Mia Zheng almost cried out in surprise when the Tianjua lion shook its head and ran up to Suyu. It wagged its tail pitifully, as if it was begging Suyu to take it in. They were all dumbfounded by the scene. How could a proud Tianjua lion beg someone to take it in? It's impossible. It's impossible. However, the truth was right in front of them. However, what shocked them once again was that Suyu kicked him away and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll cook you and eat you?" Hearing this, the Tianjua lion did not give up. It ran over again and begged Suyu to take it in. When Mia Zheng and the others came back to their senses, they looked at Suyu in shock. How powerful was Suyu's potential if the Tianjua lion was so eager to recognize him as its master? He was probably more powerful than any of the heirs of the 7 unique civilizations. At least, if Xia Rukin was here, the Tianjua lion would never beg him like this. Mia Zheng's mind was racing. In just a short moment, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Finally, a subtle change appeared in his eyes. Suyu gave the Tianjua lion a warning look and said, "Mia Zheng's family master, please continue." Mia Zheng nodded with a smile and tapped on the treasury's door again. Therefore, when the treasury's door opened, nothing happened. The few path masters who were waiting for an opportunity were startled, but they did not act rashly. What's going on? Did the space imprisonment formation fail? They secretly transmitted messages to Mia Zheng, but they did not receive any reply. After opening the treasury, Mia Zheng took out 10 storage rings and started filling them up. Soon, 5 storage rings were filled up. However, Mia Zheng had no intention of stopping. He continued to fill up the 6th storage ring. The few path masters hurriedly transmitted messages to him. "Family master, it's enough. It's enough." However, Mia Zheng continued to fill them up. After the 6th storage ring, he went on to fill up the 7th. After the 7th, he went on to fill up the 8th. In the end, he only stopped when he had filled up all 10 storage rings. Such a large amount of resources was 1/10 of what the 6th peerless family had. This was twice as much as what they had agreed on. "Take the chips," Miezheng said. Suyu did not accept it. He asked, "What do you mean by killing the Zheng family master?" The chips that they had agreed on had suddenly been doubled. Suyu did not think that it would be easy to get the chips that were doubled. "Hee, I don't mean anything. I just hope that one day, when the 6th peerless family needs you, you can lend us a hand." Miezheng laughed. Suyu's eyes lit up. He understood what Miezheng meant. He probably realized that Suyu had amazing potential, so he wanted to help him in his hour of need. When Suyu became successful one day, he could return the favor to the 6th peerless family. After thinking for a while, Suyu took the 10 storage rings and said, "I can agree to help as long as it's within my capabilities." "It's a deal." Miezheng smiled. After getting the chips, Suyu said, "According to our previous agreement, after I leave, I will inform you to go to a place to look for Shui Mengfeiyu." "Sure." As such, Suyu did not encounter any obstruction and successfully left the mansion. The celestial lion did not give up, and he followed him happily. After leaving the mansion, the star lady covered her mouth and chuckled. "I was really worried that Miezheng would make you his son-in-law." She was smart, so she understood Miezheng's intention. If the conditions allowed it, she had no doubt that Miezheng would make Suyu his son-in-law. Hearing this, Shui Mengfeiyu looked indifferent. She did not think it was funny. In her heart, the only one who was worthy of her was Xia Yayan's son, Xia Rukin. Who else was qualified to marry her? Are you not convinced? The star lady saw the disdain in Shui Mengfeiyu's eyes. Shui Mengfeiyu said no. "However, my heart belongs to someone else, and I will only love you, Brother Rukin." Xia Rukin? The star lady did not care. Was Xia Rukin more outstanding than Su Rushu? Would the celestial lion beg Xia Rukin to become his pet? Would it? Suyu did not care who Shui Mengfeiyu liked, so he said calmly, "Let's go." According to the plan, Suyu was going to put Shui Mengfeiyu in the opposite direction, so that he could distract the people from the 6th peerless family. However, when they had just left the city where the mansion was located and reached the outskirts, 3 powerful auras quickly caught up with them. 2 of the auras had reached the Pathmaster level, while the last one was a half-step Pathmaster, but his aura was not weaker than the other 2. The most surprising thing was that he was very young. Brother Rukin? Shui Mengfeiyu was pleasantly surprised. She was about to walk over and throw herself into his arms, but Suyu put his hand on her shoulder and said calmly, "Don't go over." Chapter 2234. Shui Mengfeiyu realized that she was still a hostage and could not act on her own. She looked at Suyu with hatred and returned to his side silently. "I'm not trying to stop you from reuniting with your lover. I'm trying to save your life," Suyu said calmly. Shui Mengfeiyu was expressionless, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. He had said it the other way around. Wasn't Suyu the one who was really threatening her life? Xia Rukin looked at Suyu calmly. "It seems like you already know why I'm here. If that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense." Swoosh! The 2 Tao lords beside him suddenly attacked. Shui Mengfeiyu quietly retreated. She thought to herself that Suyu was definitely going to die, but she could not be implicated. However, Shui Mengfeiyu was shocked and confused to find out that the 2 Pathmasters were not attacking Suyu, but her. Both of them activated their domains at the same time, their bodies emitting a murderous aura. This was not some kind of act. They really wanted to kill her. "Back off." Suyu rushed over and used his heavenly dragon body to forcefully disperse the 2 deadly domains. With the strength of his body, it was difficult for him to disperse the 2 domains. Hence, he felt a slight pain in his arm. Shui Mengfeiyu stared at Xia Rukin in disbelief. "Why, Brother Rukin, why are you doing this to me?" Xia Rukin looked at Suyu in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, Don't call me that. Dirty. Dirty? The intelligent Xue Mengfiyu immediately understood what was going on. She hurriedly said, Brother Rukin, don't misunderstand me. Nothing happened between us. Shut up. Even talking to you now makes me sick. Xia Rukin's words were extremely ruthless. Xue Mengfiyu had risked her life to steal the greedy Wolf King's fate for him. In the end, he did not even want to hear an explanation. Xue Mengfiyu's lips twitched. She stopped explaining and asked, Then, why do you want to kill me? Won't it be fine if you don't see me again? She felt that Xia Rukin's hatred was born from love. If that was the case, she would feel a little better. However, Xia Rukin did not answer her. He only said, Kill! He took out a strange weapon that looked like a hook and joined the hunt for Xue Mengfiyu. Xue Mengfiyu laughed bitterly and helplessly. She never thought that everything between her and Xia Rukin would be completely destroyed because of an accident. Let's go. While she was still in a daze, Suyu grabbed her and dashed into the distance. If he were to fight one Dao Master alone, he might have a chance of winning, but if he were to face two Dao Masters, it would be quite difficult. Furthermore, Xia Rukin, who was not inferior to the Dao Master, was in great danger. Therefore, the best course of action was to escape. The Star Lady also had a grave expression. The pink lotus mark between her eyebrows suddenly shone with a pink light. A moment later, a materialized lotus the size of a wash basin appeared beneath Star Lady's feet. She stretched out her hand and said, Come up! Suyu held her hand and jumped onto the lotus. The 9 lotus rice cores on the lotus sprayed out a large amount of pink mist. Following that, the lotus flower erupted with an incomparably shocking speed. In the time it took for a breath, it had traveled hundreds of millions of miles. His speed was even more astonishing than a Dao Lord's. Seeing that they had shaken off Xia Rukin and the other two, the Star Lady's brows relaxed slightly. She looked at Xue Mengfiyu and sighed. What a troublesome person. I can't return him, but I can't just leave him like that. She also understood why Xia Rukin was so determined to kill Xue Mengfiyu. Why? Why did he do this to me? Haven't I done enough for him? Xue Mengfiyu was on the verge of tears. The Star Lady sighed faintly. It has nothing to do with how much you've done. He just wanted to kill you to achieve his goal. Xue Mengfiyu was startled. What goal? She still thought that Xia Rukin's hatred was born out of love. What will happen if you die? The Star Lady asked. Xue Mengfiyu thought for a moment. She was still a hostage. If she died, everyone would think that the Pirate Alliance had gone back on their word and killed the hostage after receiving the ransom. At that time, the 6th Peerless Family and the Pirate Alliance would be at each other's throats. With the appearance of the Heavenly Legacy Cavern, the pressure on the 7th Peerless Family would be greatly reduced if the two great influences fought to the death inside. Xue Mengfiyu's heart turned cold. Xia Rukin didn't hate her because of love. He was only thinking of ways to exploit Xue Mengfiyu's value. She didn't want to believe that the man she had taken a fancy to could be so cruel and unscrupulous. However, he was going to do it himself. What else was there to doubt? Deputy Leader Su, how should we deal with her? The Star Lady felt that this was a thorny problem. Suyu said in a low voice, We can only take her away from the 7 unique civilizations. When it's safe, we can ask Miezheng to come and get her. Yes, that's the only way. As the Star Lady spoke, she suddenly looked behind her, and her pupils constricted slightly. In the distant horizon, 3 imposing figures were riding on a warship that was moving at a strange speed, breaking through the wind and approaching. The Heavenly Legacy warship? The Star Lady looked surprised. There were only a few Heavenly Legacy warships left in the world, and most of them were in the 7 unique civilizations. As the heir, Xia Rukin carried one with him. I have to try my best to escape. The Star Lady instilled the power of desolation into the lotus under her feet, and the lotus suddenly soared at twice the speed. In this way, the distance between them increased again. However, the other party also sped up, and the distance between them was narrowing little by little. If this went on, the Star Lady would catch up with him sooner or later. Moreover, the Star Lady's power of desolation was consumed rapidly, and she wouldn't last long. Right at that moment, the Heavenly Lion, who had also jumped onto the lotus, tugged at Su Yu's trousers with its claws. When Su Yu looked down, the Heavenly Lion pointed in a direction. "Is there anything in that direction?" Su Yu asked suspiciously. The Heavenly Lion pointed at itself, and then in that direction. Su Yu didn't understand what it meant, but the Star Lady seemed to understand the beast language very well. She said, "It said that there is a place where it was born." Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The place where the Heavenly Lion was born had always been a mysterious place that was rarely visited by humans. Moreover, there was usually a strong power of the world in the vicinity. Follow the direction it is pointing. The Star Lady nodded lightly and moved quickly on the lotus. A few days later, when Xia Rukin and the other two were about to catch up, they came to a misty place. Seeing this place, the Star Lady's expression became more serious. Su Yu also frowned deeply. The mist in front of them was silvery white. It looked like mist, but in fact it was a group of very small insects. These insects were called silver soul insects, and it was said that they were formed by soul fragments. Once they came into contact with a person's body, they would drill into the person's body and integrate into the person's soul. After that, the person who was integrated into the insect's soul would be confused. If it was light, he would be delirious, and if it was serious, his soul would be replaced. Usually, when people encountered one, they would have to take a detour. There were more than one or two in front of them. It was simply endless. Su Yu had heard of the dangerous name of this place. It was called the Silver Soul Void Ocean. It was known as the most dangerous place in the 7 unique civilizations. There was no other. Chapter 2235. Even the masters of the 7 great families would never enter the Silver Soul Void Ocean without permission. As strong as they were, they had no confidence that they could come back alive without being affected. "You want us to enter the Silver Soul Void Ocean?" Su Yu stared at the Tianzhou lion and couldn't help but doubt its intentions. This place was a dead end, and there was no way out. Even if they wanted to escape in another direction, it was too late. Xia Rukin and the other two were about to catch up. The Tianzhou lion raised its right paw and pointed inside. Su Yu's forehead was throbbing. He was about to say something when the Tianzhou lion swaggered forward and let out a loud roar towards the Silver Soul Void Ocean. Then a strange scene appeared. The sea of silver fog in front of them parted to form a 30-foot wide path. The path led straight to the deepest part of the Silver Soul Void Ocean. Su Yu was shocked by the scene, and he pondered to himself. He had never heard that the Tianzhou lion could control the Silver Soul Void Ocean. After thinking for a while, Su Yu asked, "Were you born in there?" The Sky Desolate lion was usually born in a place with few people. The entire 7 Absolute civilization had experienced the era of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor, and then a long period of war. Finally, under the rule of the 7 Absolute families, it had lasted for half an era. With such a long period of time, there were only a few places in the civilization that no one had ever been to. Therefore, when Su Yu learned that a Tianzhou lion was born in the 7 unique civilizations, he had his doubts. Now, it seemed that the Tianzhou lion really did come from the Silver Soul Void Ocean. The Tianzhou lion nodded its head, then proudly led the way into the Silver Soul Void Ocean. "Should we follow them in?" The Star Lady was a little fearful as she looked at the endless silver soul worms and asked, "Su Yu said, do we have a choice?" Xia Rukin's powerful aura was closing in on them. He stepped into it, followed by Star Maiden and Xue Mingfiu. After they entered, the cracked path slowly closed up. When Xia Rukin and the other two arrived, they were faced with the daunting Silver Soul Void Ocean. Did they escape inside? Xia Rukin looked around in bewilderment. He followed the aura of the three, and finally reached this place. One of the pathmasters closed his eyes, and a vague image of an eye appeared above his head. The image of the sky-severing lion leading the three of them in was reflected in the eye. This person's eye sorcery was somewhat similar to that of the golden-eyed playboy, allowing him to see the past. Xia Rukin's eyes were cold. One move behind, a sky-severing lion came to disturb us. What plans does the young master have? The two Dao lords asked. Without saying a word, Xia Rukin took out an inkstone and ground the ink on the spot. The Dao lords' eyelids twitched when they saw the inkstone. This inkstone was said to have been used by the Sky Legacy Emperor himself and contained the Sky Legacy Emperor's domain. Once it was activated, no one would be able to stop it. Even a powerhouse at the level of a family head could die. The young lord had always regarded this item as a life-saving trump card and had never used it easily. Now that he took it out, his killing intent could be seen clearly. If the three of them didn't die and news of what happened today spread, the seventh peerless family would be in big trouble. Set up the formation. The day they come out will be the day they die, without a burial. Xia Rukin sat down cross-legged and lightly said. The two Dao lords nodded and immediately began to set up a formation nearby. As soon as Su Yu and the others came out of the Silver Soul Void Sea, the formation would be able to sense their direction. At that time, Su Yu and the other two followed the sky-severing lion into the depths of the Silver Soul Void Sea. Along the way, Su Yu saw many collapsed ruins. Many of the ruins had even decayed into dust, becoming the nests of the silver soul worms. There were so many ruins that they stretched out endlessly. It was obvious that this was a city. There is a city in the Silver Soul Void Sea? I've never heard of it. The Star Maiden was amazed. History had never recorded that the Silver Soul Void Sea used to be a city. Su Yu was deeply surprised. The Silver Soul Void Sea had existed during the era of the Sky Legacy Emperor. In other words, this place was probably a city during the era of the Sky Legacy Emperor. Moreover, it was a very secretive city. There was no record of it in history. As they continued to walk, they realized that the scale of the city was shockingly huge. It was not inferior to the central city where the mansion of a family was located. Even during the era of the Sky Legacy Emperor, a city of such scale was extremely rare. Why was there no record of it in history? 10 days later, a rather shocking scene was reflected in front of Su Yu and the other two. Beneath their feet was a stretch of ruins. However, in front of their feet, there was a complete street and houses. Everything looked brand new, without any trace of time. What was even more shocking was that there was a sea of people inside. There was an endless stream of carriages and voices, with their feet as the boundary. Behind them was a stretch of deathly silent ruins, and in front of them was a world full of vitality. The two were extremely conflicting and presented in a very unharmonious manner. Xue Mengfeiyu covered her red lips in shock. How could there be living creatures in the Silver Soul Void Sea? How could these cities have been preserved so perfectly after such a long period of history? She could not understand the incredible scene in front of her, because this is not a real scene. The Star Maiden's bright eyes were filled with brilliance. Su Yu agreed with her. There was no way a complete, independent world could exist in such a lifeless world. At that moment, the sky-severing lion suddenly roared. The bustling world in front of them suddenly dispersed like a gust of wind. A real scene appeared in front of them. What they saw was still desolate. On an abandoned ancient tower that rose from the ground, a slug-like creature was lying. Its whole body was 10,000 feet long, and its whole body was wet and sticky. It was also surrounded by a faintly discernible strange mist, which made its body look flickering. The most unique thing about it was that there was a giant red bead on its head. It was as big as a palace. Inside the bead, streaks of dark red light slowly faded away. Seeing this thing, the Star Maiden and Xue Mengfeiyu were confused. They thought they had seen a lot, but they had never seen such a creature. Only Su-yu cried out in surprise, "Mirage dragon!" He had seen it in the memory of the human demon. This was the mirage dragon that often appeared in the last era. However, after the end of the era, the mirage dragon had gone extinct. Su-yu did not expect to see one here. Mirage dragon? What is that? The Star Maiden asked curiously. Su-yu stared at the mirage dragon and said in surprise, "The mirage dragon is a peculiar creature that can set up illusions. Its illusions are extremely lifelike. Even the most powerful Path Master might not be able to see through it." The Path Master could control the realm, so he was very sensitive to the outside world. However, even they could not see through it, which showed how powerful the illusions were. Thinking back to what they had seen just now, it should be the illusions of the mirage dragon. The Star Maiden was excited. This creature had more potential than the heaven-severing lion. Getting a mirage dragon was far better than getting 10 heaven-severing lions. As if he had seen through her mind, Su-yu said, "The mirage dragon has 2 forms. This is the first form. Even so, if someone is not recognized by it, it will activate the illusions if he is within 5 feet of it. If it is enraged, it will transform into the second form and grow 9 dragon heads. Each dragon head has the powerful combat power of a family master." Hearing this, the Star Maiden's heart skipped a beat. 9 heads of the family masters. This, even if the 7 family masters of the 7 unique civilizations joined hands, they would not be a match for this mirage dragon. It was better for her not to have any unrealistic ideas. At this time, the heaven-severing lion roared at the mirage dragon, and the mirage dragon slowly climbed up. At this time, people found out that there was a dark entrance on the first floor of the ancient tower, which was blocked by the mirage dragon's tail. The heaven-severing lion raised its claws and pointed at the entrance. Su-yu couldn't believe it. Did the mirage dragon lie on the ancient tower as a guardian beast? However, the mirage dragon was a powerful creature. What did it need to protect? The Star Maiden and Shui Mengfiyu realized that something was wrong, and their breathing became rapid. It seemed that the heaven-severing lion wanted to give them a gift. The heaven-severing lion led the way and went into the cave quickly. Su-yu and the other 2 followed closely. The ancient tower was broken on the outside, but there were still some immortal formations inside, which made the inside of the ancient tower brightly lit. Under the light, they could see that there was a well-preserved palace in the ancient tower. On the horizontal board of the palace, 4 big words were written in bold and vigorous strokes. Tianyside Palace. The 4 words were filled with a dizzying power. Just a glance at them made people's hearts palpitate. Su-yu shook his head and looked away. He said in a low voice, "Don't look at it. It's the word demon." The word demon was the word of the 9th rated race, the Heavenly Demon Clan. They were good at mental attacks. Their words, actions, and even the words they left behind were full of demonic nature. Those whose souls weren't strong enough could be trapped by it if they weren't careful. They lowered their heads and entered the Tianyside Palace. As soon as they entered, they felt a great pressure. Broken but powerful seals were everywhere, but they were still functioning. Even a powerhouse at the level of a patriarch could be crushed into dust on the spot with just a slight touch. The Star Maiden and Shui Mengfiyu gasped. What was this place? Look, this is a 1,000,000-year-old demonic grievance flower. It's at least 1/10 of the wealth of a family. The immortal lotus. Only the immortal lotus of an 8-star civilization is left. The 9 suns' golden, radiant grass. My goodness, a legendary spiritual herb that can bring the dead back to life with just 1 leaf. They passed by a garden, and the things growing in the garden were astonishing. Every single one of them was a top-grade treasure that could cause the 7 Jew families to fight over it. However, in this place they were growing in patches. The 2 women couldn't suppress their intense greed and were about to pounce forward to harvest them. However, they were stopped by Su-yu. He pointed at the roots of each plant. Only then did they realize that the soil of the entire garden was filled with terrifying seals. They were afraid that if they moved, they would be killed by the seals immediately. Not only that, but under Su Yu's guidance, they realized that the entire palace, including the bluestone slabs on the ground, were filled with seals. Any damage to them would result in the destruction of the seals. The two women immediately became cautious. Under the guidance of the celestial lion, they came to a bedroom in the backyard. Chapter 2236. On the left side, there was nothing except some broken stones on the ground. He didn't even need to think to know that the sky-severing lion used to stand there. However, it was lucky enough to receive the long-term illumination of the power of heaven and earth, which gave birth to spiritual intelligence. The heavenly lion came to the door of the bedroom with a complicated look and pointed inside. Su Yu said, "Do you want us to go in?" The heavenly lion nodded, pointed at itself, and then pointed at the place where it used to stand. It meant that it could only become a heavenly lion after getting some benefits from it. Su Yu thought for a while and couldn't help but be tempted. The stone lion needed to receive the long-term baptism of the power of heaven and earth to develop spiritual intelligence. What Su Yu wanted to find now was the power of heaven and earth. All of you step back. To be safe, Su Yu asked everyone to step back, and he also stepped back quite a distance. After applying the power of space in front of him, he flicked his finger to open the door of the bedroom. Creak! With an obscure sound, the door of the bedroom opened, and a light, fragrant wind blew in. It didn't seem dangerous, but Su Yu and the others felt their hair stand on end. Su Yu immediately used the space to transfer them out of this place. Just as they were about to leave, the space behind them collapsed without warning, like a candle suddenly being destroyed by a strong wind. If the space was like this, how could their bodies be affected? If they were hit by that fragrant wind, they would probably die immediately. Su Yu's pupils constricted. The fragrant wind wasn't very aggressive, so it should be the smell that had accumulated in the house. However, the more Su Yu thought about it, the more frightened he was. It wasn't a deliberate attack, but it was still so terrifying. What was in the house? Who was the one who left this palace behind? The great emperor of Tianyi? After a long time, they carefully returned to the bedroom. Looking inside, he saw that everything in the magnificent room was still intact. In the deepest part, amidst the layers of red silk, a bed came into view. On the bed, the figure of a woman lying on her side could be vaguely seen. A light fragrance wafted out of the house. Shui Mengfiyu covered her mouth, her heart thumping wildly. She was obviously scared. Even the Star Lady was scared. She almost thought it was a living person. Su Yu also found it unbelievable. The woman should have been dead for half an era. However, her body was preserved so well. Even a Tao Lord wouldn't be able to accomplish that, right? In a few 100 million years at most, their remains would disappear from the world. The fragrance that assaulted him just now should have come from this woman. The fragrance that lingered on a woman who died for half an era was still terrifying to the point of being able to kill a Tao Lord who was at the level of a patriarch. So, how strong would her true body be? Filled with bewilderment, Su Yu quietly walked to the window and lifted the curtains. What entered his eyes was an extremely beautiful woman with tightly closed eyes and a tranquil expression. Even Su Yu's heart couldn't help but palpitate when he saw her face. As one of the 7 absolute civilizations' peerless twin paragons, even Snow Dream, Flying Rain, felt ashamed when she saw that face. To think that there would actually be such a beautiful person in this world. Shui Meng Feiyu murmured. Star Maiden looked at her body curiously and found that she was covered in treasures. The earrings were a pair of Tao artifacts, while the hairpin was a Tao artifact. The gorgeous dress she was wearing was also a Tao artifact. Even the shoes on his feet were Tao artifacts. Who on earth is she? Star Maiden was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. What kind of person was this woman who was covered in Tao artifacts when she was alive. When her eyes drifted to the waist of the woman's corpse, she was attracted by a token on it. The identity token was also a Tao artifact, for words were engraved on it. Agile Imperial Concubine. Star Maiden exclaimed. Su Yu was also secretly surprised. Wasn't Agile Imperial Concubine the Tianyi Great Emperor's most beloved imperial concubine? It was said that Agile Imperial Concubine was extremely beautiful and had once been the civilization master of a 7-star civilization. Later, when the Tianyi Great Emperor attacked her civilization, Agile Imperial Concubine knew that she was no match for him, so she surrendered and admitted defeat. In the end, the Tianyi Great Emperor took her as his concubine. The Tianyi Great Emperor had countless concubines, but she was the one he doted on the most. She also had a special liking for the Tianyi Great Emperor, and she would never change until her death. In the end, the Tianyi Great Emperor disappeared without a trace, and Agile Imperial Concubine also disappeared without a trace. Many people guessed that she had met the same fate as the Tianyi Great Emperor. But unexpectedly, Agile Imperial Concubine died in the Silver Soul Void Ocean. To be exact, she did not die an unnatural death, but she had hypnotized herself into an eternal slumber and died naturally. Xue Mengfeiyu looked excited and said, "Let's see what we can take away first." Meeting Agile Imperial Concubine was their good fortune. If they did not take a few things with them, how could they live up to their fate? However, she was the only one who was eager to try. Su Yu and Star Maiden did not move at all. "Don't you want it?" Xue Mengfeiyu asked. Star Maiden said calmly, "Isn't it good to let the beloved concubine of the great emperor rest in peace here?" Xue Mengfeiyu was embarrassed and looked embarrassed. The Tianyi Great Emperor was still respected by the creatures of the 7 unique civilizations. They did not miss the 7 unique civilizations in the era of the Tianyi Great Emperor all the time. How powerful were they then? Because of their love for the house, the Star Maiden respected his concubine. Su Yu was not a member of the 7 unique civilizations, so he did not have much respect for the Tianyi Great Emperor. However, he didn't dare to touch the corpse that had almost killed them all just by the fragrance it emitted. He was afraid that if he touched it, he would be turned into ashes. At that moment, the celestial lion, who had been pacing at the door for a long time, finally walked in fear. It lay in front of the bed and whimpered a few times. Then it raised its paw and pointed at itself, then at them, indicating that it wanted them to learn from it. Su Yu and Star Maiden thought for a moment, then knelt down and bowed to it as a sign of respect for a king. However, when Su Yu bowed to the ground, an incredible scene appeared. 3 books appeared on the ground. The Universal C Suppression Technique, the 4 Symbols Questioning Heart Mantra, the Agile Manual. When they saw the first 2 books, Star Maiden and Xue Mengfeiyu shouted in horror. The Universal C Suppression Technique cultivated by the Tianyi Great Emperor, and his main cultivation technique, the 4 Symbols Questioning Heart Mantra. It turned out that the first 2 books were the cultivation techniques cultivated by the Tianyi Great Emperor. No wonder the 2 women were so excited. Xue Mengfeiyu was the fastest. She squatted down and grabbed the 4 Symbols Questioning Heart Mantra. This was the main cultivation technique cultivated by the Tianyi Great Emperor, so one could imagine how powerful it was. However, she didn't kneel down just now, so she wasn't as close as Star Maiden. Star Maiden reached out her hand and easily took the 4 Symbols Questioning Heart Mantra. However, when Star Maiden wanted to take something else, she found that the other 2 books were transparent to her. When she grabbed them, it was as if she was grabbing thin air. Only the Universal C Suppression Technique was left. She snatched it and picked it up. Finally, Su Yu picked up the Agile Manual unhurriedly. Although the Tianyi Great Emperor's cultivation techniques were tempting, Su Yu was confident that the Evil Dragon Bible and the Heaven Sun Gazing at Air technique were powerful cultivation techniques that weren't any weaker than theirs. Su Yu had already exhausted his energy in cultivating the two techniques, so he didn't have the time to spend on cultivating other people's cultivation techniques from the beginning. Therefore, compared to the cultivation techniques, he was more inclined towards the agile imperial concubine's manual. Otherwise, if he really wanted to snatch the cultivation techniques, the two women wouldn't be able to do so. Leaving the two women to browse through the cultivation techniques on the spot, Su Yu casually flipped open the manual. What entered his eyes was a beautiful handwriting, but the content made Su Yu's heart race. The manual recorded the methods to cast and dispel the 108 high-level seals, as well as the techniques to communicate with the horrifying slug outside, and even the method to control the silver soul worm. In other words, mastering the manual was equivalent to mastering the entire silver soul void sea. Its value was probably countless times higher than the two cultivation techniques. He suppressed the joy in his heart and continued reading. When he reached the end, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The last page of the manual mentioned the Tiani Cavern. Moreover, there was a detailed description of the dangers that existed in the Tiani Cavern and how to avoid them. It was described in great detail. If that was the case, Su, you probably wouldn't be too interested, because ordinary treasures would no longer be able to tempt Su Yu. However, the manual said that in the Tiani Cavern there was a place called the Love-Severing Platform. This was what caused Su Yu's pupils to shrink. The Love-Severing Platform was the place where the evil emperor hid one of the 4 pieces of the Emperor's set, the divine throne of heaven and earth. No wonder, Su, you couldn't find any information about the Love-Severing Platform even after searching through all kinds of information. It turned out that it was the name of a place in the Tiani Cavern. He clenched the manual tightly, his heart excited. He had to go to the Tiani Cavern. Keeping the manual, Su Yu bowed to the body of the Pianxian concubine again. Thank you, Pianxian concubine, for your gift. I will remember it. He had just bowed when Su Yu suddenly felt a ring of light beneath his feet. An extremely pure and terrifying energy coursed through his body like lightning. He couldn't be more familiar with that energy. It was the power of heaven and earth. It was far more powerful than the power of heaven and earth in the Broken Heaven Mountain. The difference was that the power of heaven and earth in front of him had been tamed and could be controlled to refine his physique. Moreover, this energy was just enough for Su Yu to push the heavenly dragon body to the next level. While he was pleasantly surprised, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Was the Pianxian concubine really dead? The cultivation techniques, the manual, and the power of heaven and earth didn't seem to have been arranged in advance. Instead, they were arranged according to the number of people they had and their cultivation levels. As he was thinking, the door to the bedroom began to close without any wind. Su Yu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately said, "Get out quickly." The Star Lady and Xue Mengfiu immediately followed Su Yu and left as soon as the door closed. Only the Tianjua lion was stunned for a moment. He didn't follow them out in time and stayed in the room. Su Yu tried to open the bedroom door again. However, unlike the last time, there was a layer of restriction on the door this time, and it couldn't be opened at all. Inside the room, the Tianjua lion came to its senses. It looked at the corpse in front of it, then looked at the pitch-black room where it was alone. It whimpered in fear, shrank in the corner, shivering, and looked at the corpse without blinking. In his eyes, an incomparably beautiful corpse was slowly sitting up on the bed. Chapter 2237. How naughty! How dare you bring an outsider into my bedroom? The dead woman opened her eyes slowly, revealing a pair of pupil-less eyes. I won't do it again. I won't do it again, the Tianjua lion said in fear. He was in awe of this woman. However, the dead woman suddenly smiled. What are you afraid of? I'm not blaming you. After all, I was the one who gave you spiritual intelligence. There were 2 stone lions at the door, but only the Tianjua lion had successfully developed spiritual intelligence. There must be a reason for this. I was hoping you could accompany me to relieve my loneliness. I didn't expect you to be so naughty. You escaped when I wasn't paying attention and brought an outsider back." The dead woman walked forward and held the Tianjua lion in her arms. She gently stroked his head and said, "However, among the people you brought back, there is one who is very special. I believe you can tell." The Tianjua lion rolled his eyes and nodded obediently. "I hope he can successfully open the Tiani cavern." The dead woman had a complicated look in her eyes. Outside the bedroom, Su Yu gave up on the idea of attacking the bedroom. He looked at the two women and asked, "What are your plans?" In the end, he found that he had asked in vain. Both the Star Lady and Xue Mengfiu were engrossed in the cultivation techniques they had obtained. Looking around, he believed that no place could be quieter than this place. "All right, let's train here for a while," Su Yu said. He wanted to use the power of heaven and earth he had just obtained to train the heavenly dragon body to the top level. Moreover, Xiaorukin and the others must still be guarding outside the Silver Soul Void Ocean. The three of them each chose a side hall to train in seclusion. Su Yu took a deep breath and released the power of heaven and earth in his body. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain swept through his body like a flash flood. Even though he had experienced it once before, Su Yu still felt the pain was unbearable, and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and held on to his consciousness. He immediately displayed the evil dragon Bible and combined it with the power of heaven and earth to train the heavenly dragon body. Under the brand new power of heaven and earth, his powerful heavenly dragon body was constantly torn apart and then reborn, again and again, inch by inch. Finally, it spread throughout his body. The process was so long that it almost made him despair. After the first day, only his right hand had successfully evolved into the great accomplishment body of the heavenly dragon. The second day passed. It was the left hand. On the third day, the right leg. It was only on the fifth day that Su Yu's entire body had completed its evolution. On this day, Su Yu opened his tired and bloodshot eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Heavenly Dragon Taoist Body!" His body immediately shone with golden light, and he turned into a half-dragon. Golden scales appeared all over his body, making him look extremely dazzling. In terms of appearance, it was dazzling and breathtaking. However, in terms of physical strength, it was a world of difference from the past. Before this, Su Yu's body was only stronger than an ordinary Pathmaster's, but there was still a huge gap between him and a Pathmaster who was at the level of a family master. But now, in terms of physical strength alone, he was already slightly stronger than experts at the level of Patriarch. Ordinary Dao Lords could no longer pose much of a threat to him. An unexpected harvest. Because of the sky-severing lion, he was accidentally rewarded by the Sky Legacy Emperor's former concubine. Only then could his heavenly dragon body enter the ranks of great success, and he was only one step away from a mature body. He left the side palace, bowed towards the bedroom of the Sky Legacy Imperial concubine, and then looked at the Star Lady and Xue Mengfiu. After several days of research, the two of them were even more impressed with the cultivation techniques of the Sky Legacy Imperial concubine. Their eyes were full of joy and excitement. "It's time to leave. If we delay any longer, there will be trouble," Su Yu said. They had been hiding in the Silver Soul Void Ocean for several days, and the Sixth Great Family had not received a notice from the Pirate Alliance to collect the hostages. Now, they were probably already doubting Xue Mengfiu's safety. If she did not return, the Sixth Great Family would really fight the Pirate Alliance to the death, and Xiaorukin would get what he wanted. Although the two women wanted to study for a while longer, they were forced to do so. The three of them left the Sky Legacy Palace and headed for the outside world. After leaving the ancient tower, the unfathomable Mirage Dragon opened one eye and slowly closed it again. The Silver Soul worms nearby dispersed, not daring to approach Su Yu and the others. The Mirage Dragon was helping them. The three of them were grateful and heaved a deep sigh of relief. Without the sky-severing lion, they were very worried about whether they could leave the Silver Soul Void Ocean alive. Now, it seemed that they were finally safe. They headed out calmly. At that time, under Xia Rukin's orders, the two-path masters had already set up many sensing formations. No matter where Suyu came from, he would be detected immediately. In Xia Rukin's hand, the inkstone had already been ground into a large amount of pitch-black ink. With this, unless Suyu reached the level of the master of the family, he would definitely die. Just as Xia Rukin was fully prepared, the jade pendant on his waist vibrated rapidly. Xia Rukin crushed it, and an urgent message was immediately transmitted to his ears. "Grandson, come back quickly. The Heavenly Legacy cavern appeared a few days ago." The messenger was his grandfather, Xia Donglai. It appeared. Xia Rukin's face was filled with deep excitement. Looking at the silver soul void ocean in front of him, he was slightly dissatisfied. It appeared at a very bad time. If it had appeared a little later, he could have eliminated two powerful competitors for the seventh great family. Now, it seemed that he could only give up. The Heavenly Legacy cavern was full of countless variables. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause all the strong men to barge in the shortest time possible. He had to seize the initiative and had no time to waste here. "Consider yourselves lucky." Xia Rukin snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, several drops of ink flew out and sprinkled on the ground, turning into an unusually fierce handwriting. "Let's go." Xia Rukin and the others left in a hurry. A few days later, Suyu and the other, too cautiously, left the silver soul void ocean. Just as they left, they sensed that they had triggered some kind of formation. The two women were ready to flee again. As for Suyu, he was prepared to have a great battle with him. Unexpectedly, after the formation detected them, there was nothing. Xia Rukin and the other two Dao masters had disappeared without a trace, let alone their figures. The Star Lady was a little puzzled. "It seems like they have been gone for a long time." Suyu frowned. Judging from the arms of the formation, Xia Rukin was prepared to kill them. It was not just some unforeseen event that would make him give up. "What a pity!" Suyu said indifferently, a cold starry light swirling in his eyes. He had intended to use them to test the power of the upper-level heavenly dragon body. Unfortunately, they had left too quickly. Unfortunately, the two women did not quite understand what Suyu meant. Perhaps they should say that they were very lucky? In any case, the crisis had been averted. The Star Lady said, "The most important thing now is to send Xuemeng Feiyu safely back to the sixth great family." Suyu nodded lightly and said, "Let's find a safe place for her to hide first." A few days later, after waiting anxiously for a while, the sixth great family finally received a message from Suyu asking them to pick up Xuemeng Feiyu somewhere. Sure enough, they found the safe and sound Xuemeng Feiyu there. At the same time, Suyu and the Star Lady appeared near the Pirate Alliance through the Wanzhong Beast. As soon as they appeared, they were almost hit by a speeding warship. When they looked carefully, they saw thousands of pirate warships of all sizes leaving the Pirate Alliance's lair. Chapter 2238. The Xiaya pirate was among them. Suyu and the Star Maiden immediately boarded the main ship to meet Xiaxiaye. "What took you so long?" Xiaxiaye asked in surprise. Iron Hands stood beside her. At that time, Iron Hands and the others had been captured by the sixth absolute aristocratic family. However, they had suddenly been released 10 days ago. Only then did they find out that Suyu and the others had finished exchanging the hostages, and both sides were happy. However, Taisho had returned for such a long time, so why had Suyu not returned yet? If he didn't come back soon, the Pirate Alliance would think that Suyu had run away with the extorted money. "It's a long story," Suyu said. "Did something big happen? Why did the Pirate Alliance mobilize together?" Not only the top 10 pirates, but even the small and medium-sized pirates were also on the move. The Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode has appeared. Xiaxiaye's eyes shone with joy. Hearing this, Su Yu's pupil shrank. "So sudden? When did this happen?" 5 days ago, the Heavenly Legacy Cavern suddenly appeared in the sky above the 7th Peerless Clan. The whole world knows about it. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped slightly, and as he exchanged a glance with the Star Maiden, they both noticed the surprise in each other's eyes. 5 days ago, it happened to be the time when they saw Agil's concubine. Was it really such a coincidence? Now, all of the 7 absolute civilizations and the experts of the nearby civilizations have been mobilized. They all want a share of the Heaven Legacy Cave Mansion. We, the Little Moon Pirates, cannot fall behind, Xiaxiaya said. To any force, the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode was an eternal opportunity to soar to the heavens in a single step. No one wanted to miss it, so you didn't want that either, because he knew that the heavenly throne of the heavens and earth was inside. By the way, these are the ransom money that I asked for during the negotiation. So you took out 10 spatial storage devices. Xiaxiaya glanced at it and said, if you don't obtain 1% of the treasures in the 6th Exceptional Clan's treasury, your mission will not be considered a success. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. Fortunately, I didn't fail you, and the mission has been completed. Really? A smile finally appeared on Xiaxiaya's face. She casually looked into one of the storage spaces and was surprised to find that the amount of gold in this storage space was already 1% of the entire 6th Peerless family. Mission completion? Xiaxiaya looked at the 2nd spatial storage device in shock. Looking inside, Xiaxiaya was truly moved. She said with great satisfaction, double? You really didn't let me down. Su Yu laughed lightly. Leader, are you not going to continue watching? Hearing this, Xiaxiaya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? She checked the other storage containers one by one. In the end, every spatial storage device contained 1% of the resources of the 6th Peerless family. Altogether, it was almost a tenth of the 6th Peerless Clan. This was already more than 10 times the original target. Even Xiaxiaya couldn't help but be stunned. She had imagined that with Su Yu's ability, he might be able to ask for 2 or 3 times more. However, 10 times more. How could the patriarch of the 6th Peerless Clan be so generous? An heir in exchange for 10% of the clan's resources was not worth it for the entire clan. Su Yu, you really surprised me. Xiaxiaya felt that Su Yu's whole body was glowing with the light of a treasure. She felt that there were 2 wisest things she did after becoming a pirate. One was to establish the Xiaoya Pirates, and the other was to recruit Su Yu. Su Yu alone was comparable to an entire Xiaoya pirate, disregarding everything else. Just the resources in front of them were enough to double the size of the Xiaoya pirates. Suddenly, she let out a strange laugh. Let's go. I'll bring you to see the leaders of the other 9 great pirates. Seeing her strange smile, Su Yu knew what Xiaxiaya was planning. Using her own name, Xiaxiaya quickly gathered the 9 pirate leaders to her main ship. They had just arrived when they realized that Su Yu was among them. The faces of the 9 pirates revealed looks of surprise at the same time. They had thought that Su Yu had already escaped with a large amount of wealth. In the end, he had returned. The leader of the Green Phoenix was the first to throw a friendly smile at Su Yu. It's good that you're back. The other leaders were not familiar with Su Yu, especially the leader of the Sea Wolves, who treated Su Yu like he was nothing. Ever since Su Yu had received the ransom but had not returned, the leader of the Sea Wolves had been secretly gloating at Xia Xiaoya's misfortune. He had allowed Xia Xiaoya to snatch Su Yu away, but in the end she had lost all face. Everyone, you have already guessed the reason for gathering all of you here. Our deputy leader Su is back. Xiaxiaya was the first to applaud, but only the leader of the Green Phoenix echoed. The scene was a little awkward. The few pirate leaders were very dissatisfied with Su Yu's prolonged absence. The leader of the Sea Wolves said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether he returns or not. What matters is why he has disappeared for several days without any reason." In other words, Su Yu's person was not important. What was important was what he had been doing all this time. He almost had the words "Suyu is suspected of defecting" written all over his face. Suyu sat calmly with his eyes closed, as if he had not heard him. "I'm asking you a question," the leader of the sea wolves chided. He had insisted on making things difficult for Suyu to take the opportunity to take revenge and rebuild his prestige in the pirate alliance. Suyu opened his eyes and glanced at him. "Do I have to answer your question? Who are you? Do you have the authority to make me continue answering? If not, please shut up." You naturally would not be polite to the leader of the sea wolves. "What are you talking about? You're just a small deputy leader. Do you think you're a big shot?" The sea wolves' path master rebuked angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stared at by an unfriendly gaze. The anger on his face receded like the tide, and he dared not say another word. Xia Xiaoye stared at him calmly. "Su Rushu is right. You should think about your identity. How dare you scold my people?" Seeing that Xia Xiaoye was angry, the rest of the pirate leaders fell silent. Xia Xiaoye was too protective of Suyu. He had been missing for so long and was not even willing to explain himself. It was hard to convince them. The leader of the Blue Phoenix sect tried to smooth things over. "So, did Deputy Leader Su gain anything from the negotiation?" Hearing that, many of the leaders secretly shook their heads. What could he have gained? Even if he had, Suyu must have pocketed most of it, right? It was very suspicious that he had been missing for so long. The leader of the sea wolves snorted disdainfully. How much could he have gained? It would be a miracle if he could keep even 1% of it. "The gains were not bad," Suyu said calmly. "Not bad." The few leaders present did not think much of it. The leader of the sea wolves chuckled. "Don't tell me someone used his own things to help you get away with it, because the mission was not completed." He was referring to Xia Xiaoye using her own resources to help Suyu get away with it. The corners of Xia Xiaoye's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. As the saying went, a summer insect cannot speak with ice. Until now, he still could not understand how valuable Suyu was. Chapter 2239. Xia Xiaoye looked at the sea wolf leader with a pitiful gaze. She calmly took out 10 space storage devices. "Please take a look for yourselves." The 9 leaders did not understand. They looked into the space storage devices, and their expressions all changed. There were so many resources that even the leaders of the pirates could not help but be envious. It was entirely possible to create one of the top 10 great pirates. The Green Phoenix leader's eyes flickered as she guessed. "Are these the ransom money for this kidnapping?" The rest of the people also looked at her in shock and disbelief. Xia Xiaoye smiled. "You can think of it as the resources I gave to Suyu to fool you." Finally, the expressions of the 9 pirate leaders changed completely. They looked at Suyu, their eyes flashing with extreme shock. At this point, who would believe that those resources belonged to Xia Xiaoye? Although the Xiaoye pirates were powerful, after years of development and consumption, their remaining resources were not even 1/10 of what was in front of them. How could they belong to Xia Xiaoye? The only explanation was the ransom money. The amount of ransom money far exceeded everyone's expectations. "It's a miracle," the Green Phoenix leader praised sincerely. "Unbelievable. How could you ask for so much? The ransom money that the greedy Wolf King exchanged for isn't even 1/5 of what you have now, right? Deputy Leader Su, you're so capable." Humans only respected those who were higher than themselves. The 9 pirate leaders were the same. Su, you had accomplished the impossible. The 9 pirate leaders had to admit that they were inferior to him. Naturally, he had won their approval. Xia Xiaoye was very satisfied with the performance of the pirate leaders. She looked at the Sea Wolf Pathmaster with a disdainful gaze. "Deputy Leader Su, tell us how you negotiated." Su, you gave a brief summary of the process. From preparing a path of retreat to charging into the 6th Peerless family, going deep into the tiger's den, facing all the strong fighters of the 6th Peerless family, and finally retreating calmly. Listening to the story, many of the Pathmasters were full of praise. Especially when he chose to enter the 6th peerless family, they were filled with awe. Among the 10 pirate leaders present, who would have the guts to charge into the 6th peerless family alone? No one. But Suyu dared. Such astonishing courage and calm temperament made many pirate leaders secretly feel ashamed of their inferiority. Compared to Suyu, they were more like youngsters in terms of temperament and courage, while Suyu was more like a cunning ancient monster. After a series of exchanges, the way the 9 pirate chiefs looked at Suyu was different from before. Blue Phoenix Pirate Captain had the most complicated look in her eyes. She was also one of the 2 female pirate captains of the 10 great pirate captains. Xiaxia had soared to the sky in one step, but she could only follow in her footsteps. For many years, she had been working hard to recruit outstanding talents. Suyu was her ideal man, but it was a pity that Suyu was not fated to be with her. However, when she looked at the silent sea wolf chieftain, Blue Phoenix's depressed mood eased significantly. She was just depressed, but the leader of the sea wolves was probably too ashamed to show his face. Such an outstanding Suyu, who was comparable to an entire pirate fleet, had been driven away by him. All of that was for the sake of flattering a mediocre sword in the stone. What did it mean to have eyes but failed to see? The sea wolf chieftain used his own experience to vividly explain this phrase to everyone. This time, Deputy Captain Su has made an indelible contribution to the Pirate Alliance. I plan to use these resources to build a new group of pirates, with Suyu as the new pirate captain. Does anyone have any objections? Suddenly, Xia Xiaoye announced a sudden decision. Hearing this, the 9 pirate chiefs secretly praised her brilliance. On the surface, Xia Xiaoye wanted Suyu to be independent and become the new pirate captain. But in reality, with the relationship between Suyu and Xia Xiaoye, that independent group of pirates was still Xia Xiaoye's people. With so many resources, which of the 9 pirate chiefs would not be envious? If the distribution was not good, there might be internal strife. Xia Xiaoye's decision to use all these resources on Suyu left the 9 pirate chiefs speechless. And in reality, all the benefits fell to Xia Xiaoye herself. This was an overt scheme that had been used to perfection. But Xia Xiaoye had neglected one thing. All of this was based on the premise that she could control Suyu. Does anyone have any objections? Xia Xiaoye asked. Of course they had objections, but who dared to voice them? Especially with the Heavenly Legacy Cave in front of them. They were even more unwilling to complicate matters and cause internal strife. Since no one has any objections, then I shall announce it now. Xia looked at Suyu with a smile and said, From today onwards, the 1,003rd group of pirates of the Pirate Alliance, the Dustless Pirates, is born. The pirate captain is Surushu. Dustless was the alias he had used in the number 1 family. As soon as she finished, everyone applauded. After a moment of shock, Suyu quickly accepted the reality and calmly thanked everyone. He had actually become the captain of a new group of pirates. What a surprise! However, he hoped that the Pirate Alliance would not regret their decision today. Xia Xiaoye said with a smile, As a new pirate, from today onwards, you are on equal footing with us. Perhaps only Suyu was qualified to do so. The Pirate Alliance had existed for many years, but they had never allowed other pirates to be on equal footing with the 10 great pirates. Captain Su, after the Heavenly Legacy Cave opens, I hope you will cooperate with us to create glory again, Xia Xiaoye said. Definitely. After the meeting ended, Suyu returned to his deputy chief's mansion expressionlessly. However, as soon as he entered, he found that someone was already loitering outside the mansion. It was none other than the Star Maiden. Her fair face was surrounded by the unique pink of a young girl. At the moment, she was standing outside the mansion calmly, waiting patiently. When she saw Suyu return, she smiled. Did the 10 chiefs make things difficult for you? No. Suyu shook his head. opened the door of the mansion and invited her in. He did not have a bad impression of the Star Maiden, but he did not have a good impression of her. From the beginning to the end, the Star Maiden gave him a vague feeling that he could not see through her. From the outside, she was indeed a quiet and pleasant young girl, but Suyu always felt that the Star Maiden was not simple. The Heavenly Legacy Cave is about to open. Why don't you take the opportunity to cultivate the techniques of the great Emperor of Tianni? Suyu asked. The Star Maiden shook her head slightly. How profound is the 4 elephants' questioning heart mantra? How could it be comprehended in 1 or 2 days? I'm here to tell you something. She looked at Suyu with a strange expression. Suyu's heart moved. He invited her into the secret room and said, "You can speak now." He looked at the Star Maiden as if he could see through her mind. The Star Maiden's expression was calm. She said leisurely, "Deputy Captain Su, do you still remember the original intention of joining the Pirate Alliance?" Upon hearing that, Suyu's heart trembled slightly. His original intention of joining was naturally to go undercover in the Pirate Alliance at the request of the golden-eyed playboy. Chapter 2240. However, Suyu would not expose himself so easily. He pretended not to understand her meaning and said, "I was forced to join. After all, I killed so many geniuses from the number 1 peerless family." Star Maiden smiled faintly. "Deputy Leader Su, let's not beat around the bush. We are all spies of the golden-eyed Langjun, so there is no need to be secretive, right?" Suyu's expression changed slightly. Sure enough, she knew his background. "You are a spy of the golden-eyed Langjun?" Suyu pretended to be shocked. He would not expose himself until he had confirmed it. Star Maiden rolled her eyes and said softly, "You are so annoying." She took out a palm-sized scale, which contained the voice of the golden-eyed Langjun. "Su Rushu, Star Maiden is someone I planted on the sacred Lotus Star. I sent her to join the Pirate Alliance to assist you." Hearing this, Suyu finally believed Star Maiden's identity. He suppressed the voice of the scale and said lightly, "Nice to meet you." Star Maiden smiled. "Why are you so polite? We can still get along as well as before. After all, we are spies of the same person." Suyu smiled without saying anything. They were spies of the same person, but the division of labor was different. Suyu was responsible for influencing the will of the entire Pirate Alliance. Star Maiden, nominally assisting Suyu, was actually monitoring his every move? How could he get along well with someone who was monitoring him? "So, you exposed your identity and met me. You didn't just want to get to know me, did you?" Star Maiden smiled, then her face turned serious. "The Master has ordered that he can carry out his plan." It had finally happened. The golden-eyed Langjun must have seen Suyu with his eyes that connected the past and the future. As he wished, he had great influence in the Pirate Alliance. So he finally gave the order. "Speak," Suyu said lightly. "In the Tianni Cavern, you must lead all the pirate leaders to a place called the Emotional Severing Platform." Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. The Emotional Severing Platform? That was the place Suyu wanted to go, because the divine throne of heaven and earth was hidden there. He did not think this was a coincidence. Most likely, the golden-eyed Langjun also knew the secret of the evil emperor and where the divine throne of heaven and earth was. Suyu thought this was troublesome. It seemed that obtaining the divine throne of heaven and earth was not as easy as he had imagined. Golden-eyed Langjun knew about it, but who knew if there were others who knew about it? In the depths of the endless void, a huge phoenix covered in flames rapidly streaked across the sky, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. 2 people were sitting cross-legged on the fire phoenix. One of them was a woman whose entire body was burning with flames, revealing only her jade-white face. She smiled and looked at the young man beside her, whose eyes were tightly shut. "We're about to reach the civilization you sensed. If you still hope for your junior sister to be safe, then pray that the thing you spoke of is really there." The young man before him was none other than Zhan Wushuang. He and Han Xian had experienced many fortuitous encounters, and both of them were on the verge of breaking through to become Dao Lords. Unexpectedly, they received a piece of news. In a top-notch 7-star civilization, the Starfire civilization, there was a type of divine flame that could allow one to transcend the domain of laws. It was called the Heavenly Starfire. The two of them had taken the risk to barge into the Starfire civilization, only to discover that it was a trap when they arrived at the rumored place. In the Starfire civilization, there was no Heavenly Starfire. The reason it was fabricated by someone with ulterior motives was to lure people there, capture them, and refine them into lamp oil. When they were captured, there were already many foreign strong men who did not know what was going on, and they were refined into lamp oil. The enemy had many strong men, and there were as many as 10 Pathmasters. Zhan Wushuang resisted with all his might, but to no avail. He thought he would die for sure, and he would drag his junior sister down with him. Unexpectedly, one of the Pathmasters, who knew a little about fate, discovered that Zhan Wushuang had the Emperor's fate. Moreover, he had the faint fate of the Emperor's 4-piece set. Therefore, they came back alive from the gates of hell. However, even if they came back, their fates were not good. Han Xian was held hostage by them, and Zhan Wushuang was ordered by them to search for the Emperor's 4-piece set. About half a month ago, he suddenly sensed the existence of the divine throne of heaven and earth. So he played along and brought the person who was guarding him here. His plan was to use the power of the local civilization to annihilate this woman. After coming back to his senses, Zhan Wushuang said with certainty, "I can sense the Emperor's 4-piece set, so it should be right. He is in the civilization ahead." The fiery woman took out a star map, compared it, and said disdainfully, "So it's the fallen Heavenly Legacy civilization. Back then, it was a great civilization that could stand on equal footing with our Starfire civilization. Unfortunately, that guy from Heavenly Legacy didn't know what was good for him and offended someone he shouldn't have. And he ended up like this." The woman seemed to know many secrets that no one else knew. "All right, I'll personally make a trip to the fallen Heavenly Legacy civilization and see what other clowns are left there." This woman's tone was very arrogant, and she seemed very conceited. However, Zhan Wushuang knew that this woman's strength was extremely terrifying. What she said was not arrogant, but very reasonable to her. As far as he knew, even ordinary masters of 7-star civilizations might not be a match for this woman. How many of the remaining strong men of this fallen Heavenly Legacy civilization had reached the strength of a 7-star civilization master? When this woman came to the Heavenly Legacy civilization, she was definitely an existence that surpassed ordinary people. At that time, it was the number 1 peerless family. Golden-eyed Lang Jun looked toward the sky with his hands behind his back. His golden eyes were as deep as the sea, and he clenched his fists slightly nervously. "I've prepared for many years. Don't disappoint me." Behind him stood by Yun Hongxian, the Rock Pathmaster, and the other core members of the aristocratic families. "Let's go." Golden-eyed Lang Jun took out a Heavenly Legacy warship and led everyone on it, speeding toward the number 7 peerless family. The number 2 peerless family, defeating Army Emperor, patted the greedy Wolf King's shoulder and said, "Women never believe in men's tears. If you want to take her back, you'll have to rely on your strength." The weary, greedy Wolf King pulled himself together slightly. "Yes, father. There are many incredible things in the Heavenly Legacy cave abode. Among them, there might be divine items that are not inferior to the Providence bead. If you work hard, you'll have a chance to rise again." Hearing this, the greedy Wolf King's eyes became fierce. He clenched his fists tightly and said, "I want to rise again." The number 6 peerless family. Miezheng watched with satisfaction as Snow Dream, Fei Yu studied the 8 Desolation sea suppression technique. The technique that the Heavenly Legacy Great Emperor had cultivated was eventually obtained by his daughter. To her, This was a huge turning point in her life. As long as she cultivated successfully, she would eventually become a rare, peerless expert in the world. Giving Su Rushu twice the amount of money was not in vain, Miezheng said. Him. Snow Dream Feiyu raised her head. Her eyes were cold and clear. What does it have to do with him? This cultivation method was originally given to me by the imperial concubine Pianxian. Chapter 2241. Miezheng shook his head lightly and said, You are too naive. With Su Rushu's ability, if she really wanted to snatch more cultivation techniques, would you and Star Lady have a share? I guess he just didn't want to snatch them. Moreover, if he really wanted to stop you from obtaining the legacy and take you into the cavern world, what could you do to him? Miezheng could see clearly what his daughter couldn't understand. Without the double bounty, his daughter wouldn't be able to obtain any opportunities this time. However, Shui Mengfiu stubbornly said, The so-called good fortune belongs to me, and no one can stop it. This is not Su Yu's credit. Miezheng shook his head in silence. To be precise, the good fortune this time belonged to Su Yu. The Celestial Lion had only been leading the way for Su Yu. Shui Mengfiu and Star Lady had just happened to be there, and they had taken it as their own good fortune. His daughter thought too highly of herself. Miezheng could even see that his daughter still had Xia Rukin in her heart, even if he had almost killed her. For safety's sake, leave the 4 symbols questioning heart mantra in the family. If anything happens to you, it won't be lost, Miezheng said. The trip to the Heavenly Legacy Cavern was fraught with danger, and anyone could die there. Shui Mengfiu took out a copy that she had already copied and snorted with dissatisfaction. Father, you have no confidence in me? The dangers of the Heavenly Legacy Cavern might not be a problem for me. Miezheng didn't speak. He was never worried about the dangers of the Heavenly Legacy Cavern, but about the people. The 7th Peerless family, in front of a thatched hut surrounded by white clouds, stood alone on the peak of the mountain. All the higher-ups of the 7th Peerless family stood respectfully in front of the thatched hut, including Xia Donglai and Xia Rukin. The thatched hut was the secluded cultivation place of the peerless genius Xia Yayan. No one had ever dared to disturb him, not even his father, Xia Donglai, or his son, Xia Rukin. Today was the day Xia Yayan would officially come out of seclusion. Several dragon roars could be heard coming from the thatched hut, and the door of the thatched hut opened. A middle-aged man in a gray robe walked out. He had a weathered face and an ordinary appearance. He was still in the crowd, and no one would take a second look at him. His aura was not as reserved as an ordinary pathmaster, but it was not as ostentatious as a low-level martial artist. His entire person gave off an unusually natural feeling. Upon seeing him, all the core members of the 7th Peerless family bowed in unison to welcome him. Welcome back, Patriarch. Sethian was the true head of the family. It was only because of his many years of guarding that the 7th Peerless clan was able to enjoy the glorious period of its zenith. The Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode has appeared. Xia Rukin, come with me. The rest of you, stay and guard the clan. Xia Donglai hurriedly said, Isn't it too few for you to go alone? The rest of the forces are all mobilized. Xia Yin said calmly, I alone am enough. The words were plain, but the tone was not plain. In the entire 7 ultimate civilizations, only Xia Yi, and was qualified to say this. About a month later, in the depths of the 7th absolute civilization, experts from the Pirate Alliance, the 7 absolute families, and the surrounding civilizations gathered in front of a huge lake. They were on different sides, but at this moment they had a tacit understanding to not kill each other. Su Yu stood on a battleship, with Star Maiden standing beside him. She looked down at the lake beneath her feet and murmured. Before the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode appeared, there was a region of towering mountains below. But one day, for some unknown reason, A large amount of underground spring water gushed out from the foot of the mountain. In just a few days, this place was reduced to a lake. It could be said that the world changed overnight. As Suyu listened, his gaze pierced through the extremely deep lake and looked at the deepest part of it. At the bottom of the lake, there were originally tall mountains, but at this moment they were broken by the palaces that rose from the ground, collapsing onto the ground. Outside the palaces, there was a huge city wall that protected all the palaces within. On the city gate, there were the words, Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode. Suyu was slightly surprised. Wasn't the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode a portable cavern world of the great emperor? Why did it become a so-called palaces? Moreover, from Xiao Dai's perspective, although there were many treasures in the palaces, few of them reached the green standard. There wasn't even a dark green item. It was even inferior to the mountain that Xiaxiaye had obtained. If this place had been accumulated by the great emperor for many years, Suyu would never believe it. Although the rest of the people had the same doubts, they still felt that there were many treasures in the palaces. However, the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode had yet to be fully opened. It was still constantly emerging from the ground and seeing the light of day again. When it was completely exposed, the city gate would automatically open. After several days of waiting, as time went on, more and more familiar faces appeared. By Yun Hongxian, Greedy Wolf King, Shuemeng Feiyu, Xia Rukin, but Suyu didn't care about them. What he cared about was the inconspicuous figure behind the number 1 peerless family, the golden-eyed Langjun. Looking at where he was standing, he should be a guest of the number 1 peerless family. But that face, Suyu would never forget it for a long time. Gu Taishu. Suyu's eyes emitted a faint cold light. This was the person who had been hostile to him since the Jiuzhou continent. The last time they met was in the ruins of the Diyu dynasty. When he saw that Suyu was unparalleled, he chose to escape. Unexpectedly, he met Xiao Dai, and his body of ferocious beast souls was eaten by Xiao Dai, and his 9 divine body was beyond recognition. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Gu Taishu could come to a 7-star civilization from the remote Diyu dynasty. From there to here, with the speed of a pathmaster, it would take as long as 1,000 years. It took a great deal of luck for him to be able to get here. As if sensing his gaze, Gu Taishu looked over. Fortunately, before Suyu came, he had changed his face in advance to prevent the people of the 7 great families from seeking revenge, so he was not recognized by Gu Taishu. Looking at Gu Taishu, Suyu's heart was calm. After so many years, the grievances of the past were not worth mentioning now. It didn't matter whether he killed him or not. However, this grievance had existed for too long. If he had met him in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern, he would still have settled it. Withdrawing his gaze, Suyu waited quietly. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Look, it's Xia Yayan. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he followed everyone's gaze. Suyu had always been curious about this legendary figure. He followed his gaze and saw that at the end of the world, 2 people were approaching on clouds. He had seen Xia Rukin before, but it was his first time seeing the middle-aged man. However, looking at him, Suyu had a very subtle feeling. Déjà vu. It was as if he had seen this person a long, long time ago. Long enough to be in the Jinlong continent. In the Jinlong continent, he had left behind many regrets, as well as many memories that could not be erased. There were also many people and things that could not be forgotten. Who was this feeling of déjà vu coming from? He tried hard to recall, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen this face. What was even stranger was that Xia Yayan's calm gaze swept over the crowd. When he saw Suyu, his gaze froze and his pupils shrank. Chapter 2242. Suyu noticed the subtle changes in his eyes. Xia Yayan knew him. He was even more certain that he had met this person a long time ago. Their eyes met, but they quickly looked away, pretending that they did not know each other. Xia Yayan seemed to have calculated the timing. Almost as soon as he arrived, the lake water began to churn violently and large white waves appeared. An enormous group of palaces floated up from the bottom of the lake as if they were weightless. The entire palace was wet, and water was pouring down from the roofs of many of the palaces. Almost as soon as it appeared, several figures rushed into it. Pow! However, when the figures were about to reach the outside of the city wall, they suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The people who followed immediately stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with panic. When they looked carefully, they discovered that there was an extraordinary and powerful seal outside the city wall, protecting the palace from external forces. The seal was so strong that even a pathmaster could not break it completely. At most, he could only open a crack and maintain it for a short period of time. Let's go! The Pajuan emperor of the second peerless family flew forward and released his domain, forcibly cutting open a crack that was as wide as a person's width. "Get in quickly!" he shouted to the people behind him. His breathing was rapid, and the pathmaster's power in his body was constantly draining away. Before long, his whole face became pale. It was obvious that maintaining the crack took a huge toll on him. When all the core members of the second peerless family had entered, the Pajuan emperor shouted and entered. Without the domain to maintain it, the crack closed immediately. This scene made the faces of many strong people from the other civilizations extremely unsightly. If the path masters who were at the level of family masters were having such a hard time, it would be difficult for them to even open the seal. As expected, a nameless ordinary Tao Lord abandoned his followers and decided to enter alone. However, even when he used his domain and even used his doctrine artifact, he could only open a passage that was half the width of a person. Even he himself could not enter, let alone the people who had followed him. Path masters who were not at the level of family masters could not enter at all. Then the first peerless family, the third peerless family, all the way to the sixth peerless family's masters were the same. Even with their extraordinary abilities, they could only maintain the formation for less than 10 breaths. Originally, the large number of people they brought could only stay outside the cave, and only a few elite experts of the clan entered. In the end, only Xia He and was left in the 7 absolute civilizations. He looked straight ahead and walked towards the heavenly legacy cave, standing in front of the restriction. He didn't make any movements. With just a light palm strike, he blasted open a crack that was as wide as 10 people. He led Xia Rukin in as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. This scene caused the scalps of the many pirate leaders of the Pirate Alliance to go numb. He didn't even need to use his domain. Just by relying on his body, he was able to break the restriction. How powerful was that? He was on a completely different level compared to all the other family heads present. Siasaya could sense it the most and said solemnly, once we're inside, make sure not to have any conflict with Xia Yayan. Actually, even without her reminder, no one would want to cause trouble for Xia Yan. The difficulty of entering is higher than expected, so not everyone can enter. Only the 9 leaders and 20 vice leaders can enter, said Siasaya. Her strength wasn't much different from Emperor Pajun's, but he was already so simple. Siasaya wouldn't be much better. As expected, after she activated the restriction, it was abnormally difficult to maintain it. Her body's energy consumption was terrifying. Her expression changed, and she bellowed, Suyu, Taisho, you two go first. She naturally had to take care of her own people first. Suyu was already prepared, and he barged in. As he passed by the restriction, Suyu examined it. With his upper tier, heavenly dragon body, he could actually open a passage that was as wide as one person. However, he could only enter alone, and he couldn't maintain it for too long. Soon, the 10 great pirate leaders and 20 vice leaders gathered in front of the city wall. Siasaya was clearly their center. The palace complex is huge, so we will split up. What we find in the end will depend on our own luck. As she spoke, Siasaya took out 10 special space jade talismans and forcefully placed them on each of them. The function of the jade talismans is to isolate the other space treasures on you. Any resources you find in the Heavenly Legacy Cave once stored in a space storage device, will enter the jade talismans first. This method was to prevent them from pocketing the resources they had obtained. The 10 great pirates had already reached a consensus on this point, so no one objected. No one is to tear off the jade talismans along the way. Otherwise, you will be treated as stealing resources. The lightest punishment is death, and the heaviest punishment is a fate worse than death. Xia Xiaoya said. Everyone nodded. There were too many resources in the Heavenly Legacy Cave, and no one could afford to be disloyal. Split up. Xia Xiaoya said. She entered the city first, choosing a direction to search. The rest of the people moved on their own, including the Star Maiden. She temporarily stopped monitoring Suyu, choosing a direction to search for good stuff with anxious expressions. Suyu, who had searched for local treasures in advance, was not in a hurry. Among everyone, he was probably the only one who knew that there were not many precious resources here. He entered the city with his hands behind his back. At the city gate, there were 2 rows of stone soldiers and a stone general guarding the city. They were all ordinary statues. Suyu, who was relaxed, glanced at the stone man. When he looked at the stone general, he noticed that there was a snow-white ring on his right index finger. At first glance, he thought it was an ornament for the stone statue, but upon closer inspection, the ring was faintly emitting an undetectable, obscure power. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He walked forward and took off the ring. He spread it out on his palm and examined it carefully. It was neither a space storage device nor a weapon. There was no reaction when he instilled the desolate power. However, that wisp of indistinct energy was very clear. After thinking for a moment, Suyu tossed it into his sleeve. Thus, he scanned the valuable places in the palace through Xiao Dai's perspective. He first came to the southeast corner, the edge of the city, in an inconspicuous residential house. Suyu came to the courtyard and uprooted a tree in the yard. A rusty, broken sword was wrapped around the roots of the tree. The grade of the sword was extremely high. It was a doctrine artifact, fairy embryo. Although it was broken, it would still be a decent doctrine artifact, fairy embryo, after being refined again. It could be worth a lot of money. After some thought, Suyu was about to put it into the space storage device when he suddenly realized that he had a jade talisman on him. After some thought, Suyu summoned the little Kailin. Xia Xiaoya probably did not know about the existence of the little Kailin. Wow! The little Kailin looked around at the empty city and said in surprise, "What a rich spiritual energy! Master, are you going to dig up other people's graves again?" The blue veins on Suyu's forehead twitched, and he kicked it rudely. "Do you know how to speak human language? When did he dig up other people's graves? If the ancient tomb of the evil emperor was considered a grave, then it was true. Woo!" The little Kailin rubbed its belly with its 2 front hooves and said with a smile, "Wrong, it's a relic. A relic. Open your mouth." Ah. Suyu threw the broken sword into its mouth. Chapter 2245. Then Suyu did not stop and came to a temple in the city. There was a statue of a bodhisattva in the temple, holding a white jade bottle in its left hand. Suyu jumped up and took out a willow branch from the bottle. The willow branch itself was not considered a divine tree, but it had absorbed the mysterious liquid in the bottle and became extremely valuable. Its value was no less than a complete doctrine artifact, fairy embryo. In this way, Suyu relied on the vision shared by Xiao Dai to go back and forth in the city. After a whole day, he found 11 doctrine artifact, fairy embryos. 10 of them were given to the little Kailin to hide, and only one of the lowest value was kept in the jade talisman. After looking around, Suyu determined his next target, a rather large mansion. As soon as he entered, he found that there were already many people searching in the mansion. Some of them he knew, such as the greedy Wolf King and Xuemeng Feiyu. He did not know if the 2 of them had met by chance or if they had agreed to come here. They did not quarrel, but each of them searched for their own person. When Suyu arrived, the entire mansion had been turned upside down. The grass in the courtyard had been blown to pieces. Most of the house had been demolished, and the various furnishings in the house had been searched. Even the clothes in the wardrobe had been burned on the spot to see if they were treasures. However, they had no other choice but to search like searching for a needle in a haystack. Su Yu's arrival made both of them tense up. However, seeing that Su Yu had no intention of making a move, they did not make any unnecessary movements. However, they were constantly on guard against Su Yu. They saw Su Yu stroll into the courtyard. In the house that had been destroyed by them, Su Yu rummaged through the dust and found a blue pearl. The pearl was like a gem, and when the dust on its surface was wiped away, it immediately released a bright light and a dense water vapor. At a glance, it was obvious that this was a water-based doctrine artifact, fairy embryo, which was extremely rare. In terms of value, it should be above the previous 11 doctrine artifact, fairy embryos. Seeing this, the faces of the greedy Wolf King and Shui Meng Feiyu instantly darkened. They could not find anything, even after digging 3 feet into the ground. But Su Yu easily took the treasure from the places they had searched, as if he had come to his own home. Su, you must have a secret. Even though they had such thoughts in their hearts, they could only look on helplessly as Su Yu left, not daring to stop him. Just like that, Su Yu searched through the treasures one after another as if he was taking something out of his pocket. 3 days later, from Shi Yu's perspective, all the treasures in the city had basically been looted clean. Except for the center of the city, there was a light green ball of light there. It was also one of the few light green treasures in the city. 3 days had passed and no one had taken it. The reason why Su Yu hadn't gone there yet was that it was a place that many strong men would fight for. If there was no need to fight with them. Now that there were no more treasures to search for, he could go and take a look. Not long after, in the center of the city, just as Su Yu had guessed, there were already several path masters confronting each other. Among them were Xia Xiaoye, Emperor Pejun, Miezheng, and many other Dao lords. At this moment, they did not have any sides. They were all fighting over the statue in the center of the city. The statue was surrounded by restrictive spells, and one look was enough to tell that it was no ordinary object. There's nothing we can do even if we continue fighting. Instead, we'll attract more people. Miezheng finally said, before we can confirm whether there are treasures in the statue, if we continue fighting, it will only benefit others. Once they were exhausted, the statue would belong to someone else. In fact, the other two had the same idea, so they agreed to it. The 3 of them stopped fighting. Miezheng said, the statue's restrictive spells are extraordinary, and any one of us might not be able to break it. Why don't the 3 of us join forces and break it? Once the treasures appear, we can fight for them with our own abilities. All right, the other 2 nodded. Having reached a tacit agreement, the 3 of them attacked the restrictive spells around the statue at the same time. The restrictive spells were extremely powerful, and they absorbed all of their domains like rivers flowing into the sea. Continue. The restrictive spells can only absorb a limited amount of domains. Miezheng shouted. The 3 of them attacked with all their might once again. After an hour of continuous attacks, the restrictive spells reached their limit, and with a cracking sound, they all shattered. The 3 of them's expressions changed, and the moment the restrictive spell shattered, they all charged toward the statue. However, just as the 3 of them were about to fight over the statue, a strange scene appeared. The statue suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a cunning look. Its whole body rolled on the ground agilely, and it rolled out of the 3 people's encirclement. Then it started running, laughing loudly. It didn't matter that it was running, and it didn't matter that it was laughing. The only thing that mattered was that the statue was naked. Su Yu, who was standing in the shadows, couldn't help but twitch as he watched. This scene was really hurting his eyes. However, Su Yu noticed that the body of the statue was faintly emitting a very good color. It was the light green treasure. Su Yu's heart shook, and he secretly chased after it. The stone statue ran with big, elegant steps, occasionally stroking the hair on its forehead. It seemed to be intoxicated with narcissism. Ah, I'm so beautiful. When it passed by a garden, it even plucked a flower from it and pinned it to its hair. It even looked at its reflection in the water. It's really beautiful. Su Yu felt goosebumps all over his body as he watched it. What's wrong with this statue? It doesn't seem like an ordinary treasure at all. At that moment, Xia Xiaoye and the other two people caught up. Just as they were about to surround the statue exploded with twice its previous speed. Its whole body turned into a remnant shadow as it ran into the distance. As it ran, it was laughing loudly. Suddenly, it passed by a pond and saw a woman searching for treasures in the pond. So it stopped, separated by the pond. It stopped and called out affectionately, "Ah, beautiful young lady, please accept my most sincere love." Before the young lady could react, it flashed in front of her, held her soft hands with both hands, and kissed her forcefully. Damn pervert! The young lady was none other than the Star Maiden. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and a large amount of starlight shot out of her eyes, spraying onto the statue's face. All of a sudden, a large amount of stone chips fell from the statue's face. Ah, my handsome face! The statue immediately covered its face and shouted loudly, but then it suddenly moved its hands away. In a short moment, its face returned to normal, and a narcissistic smile appeared on its face. Haha, I lied to you. I'm so beautiful, and I'm not fated to be ugly. As it laughed loudly, it plucked the flower from its hair and placed it in the Star Maiden's hands. Then it left while laughing loudly. Strangely, after the statue left, the flower in the Star Maiden's hands turned into a portrait with the statue's face on it. In the portrait, the statue still had that narcissistic and infatuated look. The Star Maiden felt disgusted and was about to throw it away when suddenly the portrait began to burn, forming a huge crack in front of it. A terrifying spiritual energy, 10 times that of the Heavenly Legacy cavern, assaulted them. In the dark, Su Yu used Xiao Dai's vision to take a look, and his expression changed abruptly. It was filled with many green and even blue treasures. In an instant, Su Yu understood that this was the real Heavenly Legacy cavern. Chapter 2246. Su Yu's arrival naturally attracted their attention. Star Maiden's eyes lit up and she ran over with a smile. Leader Su, what a coincidence! It was indeed a coincidence. Su Yu nodded slightly and looked her in the eye. They had a tacit understanding and did not mention each other's identities. Another pirate! Beside the forest, there were 3 pathmasters and 3 young men. Their faces were unfamiliar, so they should be strong pathmasters other than the 1st, 2nd, and 6th families. Of course, they did not know Su Yu. Perhaps they had heard of his name, but they might not know him. Su Yu ignored them and came to the edge of the Million-Bone Forest. Looking closely, he found that the Million-Bone Forest did not only have a few giant bones in the distance. In the forest, the ground was densely packed with sharp bones of different sizes. They were like bamboo shoots emerging from the depths of the ground. What was shocking was that right in front of him, 1,000 feet into the forest, there were 3 bloody corpses. Their heads were either pierced through by bone spikes or their chests. Their bodies were suspended thousands of feet in the air, dripping blood that had yet to dry. Combined with the endless bone spikes in the Million-Bone Forest, it was frightening. The bone spikes inside are living creatures. Star Maiden only said one sentence. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. After she came to the Heavenly Legacy Cave, she happened to meet an extremely rare divine beast in the outside world, whose level was no lower than the Heaven Extinguishing Lion. Therefore, she immediately started to chase it. During the chase, the people of the families also noticed it and joined in the fight. In the end, the divine beast broke into the Million-Bone Forest. Among them, a pathmaster of a family who thought his cultivation was good broke in with 2 juniors. It was nothing when they first entered, but when they were 10,000 feet in, densely packed bone spikes emerged from the ground out of nowhere. Although the Pathmaster tried his best to escape with his people, the bone spikes became sharper the further they went. Even the Pathmaster's domain could not resist them. In the end, they ended up in front of them. All three of them were pierced by the bone spikes and died with their eyes wide open. Suyu was thinking about the notes in the agile concubine's hands. In the notes, there was a way to travel safely in the million-bone forest. The only way was that there was no way. Unless one's physique was strong enough to not fear the bone spikes, no one could enter. The two pirate friends over there. Among the 6 people from the aristocratic family, an old woman in red walked over and greeted them with a pleasant countenance. Suyu nodded. "Do you have any advice for me?" The old woman in red smiled and said, "Since we're all in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern, I think we can put aside our identities and work together to enter and take a look. What do you think?" Suyu was very curious as to what kind of divine beast they were chasing. One of their Tao lords had already died, but they still had to take the risk. He glanced at Star Maiden out of the corner of his eye. This woman was probably hiding something from him. "Of course we can cooperate. Please tell us your plan." Suyu shared Xiao Dai's vision, and he could vaguely see a faint blue light ball. It should be a doctrine artifact. How could he miss this opportunity? The old woman in red let out a sigh of relief and said, "I have a treasure called the Heart of 8 Desolation. Once it's used, it will create an extremely powerful defense. We've tried it before, but even the Patriarch was unable to destroy it in one strike." It sounded like the level of the magic treasure was quite high. It should be a Tao artifact, right? "Since you have such a powerful magic treasure, why are you looking for us?" Suyu asked. In fact, Suyu had already guessed it from the name of the magic treasure. The Heart of 8 Desolation needs to be controlled by 8 strong men who are at least half Tao lords. Only then can it be invulnerable. Even one less person will expose a flaw. Upon hearing that, Star Maiden's eyes flickered slightly, but she looked at Suyu as if she was ready to listen to him. The old woman in red watched this scene without batting an eyelid. Suyu naturally had no reason to refuse. "Sure." The old woman in red let out a relaxed smile and took out a bronze plate. The words of a seal were engraved on it. "This is the method to control the Heart of 8 Desolation. Mr. Su, please familiarize yourself with this Star Maiden." The method to control it wasn't difficult. She just had to instill the desolation power into a certain spot in the Heart of 8 Desolation according to the normal force and frequency. After a few attempts, the old woman in red took out a bronze ball. It was only the size of a palm, but when she blew on it, the bronze ball expanded 100 times. It was just enough to accommodate 8 people. 8 rings appeared on the surface of the bronze ball, each ring larger than the last. Each ring was larger than the last, like the 8 orbits of a star, tightly protecting the innermost sphere. The 8 people entered it. Each of them occupied a spot with a crystal stone tablet. "Remember, you mustn't stop midway. Otherwise, you'll expose a flaw, and those bone spurs will take advantage of it," the old woman in red reminded them. She was mainly saying this for Suyu and Star Maiden. The other 5 people didn't change their expressions. Although their expressions didn't change, their eyes were filled with deep worry and aversion. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't choose Suyu and Star Maiden, the 2 pirates. "Begin." The old woman in red shouted in a low voice. The 8 people instilled their power into the stone tablet in front of them at the same time, and the 8 rings around the bronze ball started rotating at a slow speed. The iron rings' trajectories were all different, and they revolved around the sphere ceaselessly. When they reached a high speed, the 8 iron rings formed an impenetrable afterimage that protected the whole bronze ball. At such a high speed, it would be difficult for even a family master to break through it. "Everyone, don't panic," the old woman in red said. "With the defensive power of the 8 Desolation Heart, it shouldn't be a problem." They nodded and immediately started moving forward. The bronze ball entered the forest of myriad bones as it revolved in 8 different trajectories. At first, it was quiet, and the bone spurs around it didn't move at all. However, just as they had said, when they reached 100,000 feet, a strange scene appeared. The densely packed bone spurs in the vicinity were like white snakes, and they shot out sharply and rapidly. Ding! 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 In an instant, the dense sound of a rainstorm hitting a pond could be heard from the trajectory of the bronze ball. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this, and they instantly lost their confidence. These bone spurs were terrifying objects that could penetrate a Pathmaster's body. There were 8 of them, and if one of them was careless, all of them would die. Fortunately, it was just as the old woman in red had said, and the 8 Desolation Heart successfully withstood it. The old woman's face was still filled with nervousness, and she said, "Stay calm. Let's continue." Just like that, the group of people continued moving forward. However, the deeper they went, the sharper the bone spurs became, and the larger they became. Even if they couldn't pierce through the 8 Desolation Heart, they still knocked the bronze ball around, causing them to lose all sense of direction. After many huge impacts, the problem that they were worried about finally came. The outermost ring had almost taken more than half of the attacks. After being attacked by a huge bone spur, it finally let out a whimper, unable to bear the burden. That was a sign that it was about to break. The whimper was like an iron nail, piercing into the hearts of everyone present. A flaw had finally appeared in their calm hearts. "I don't want to die." The youngest of them, a 3-eyed man, had panic in his eyes. There were already people who couldn't take it anymore. Su Yu secretly frowned, but he didn't panic. If the 8 Desolation Heart couldn't work, he could still rely on the upper-tier heavenly dragon body to force his way through. Although it would be much more dangerous, it was more than enough to save his life. "Don't panic," the old woman in red said, intending to calm the people of the dark house. Crack! However, at that moment, a huge bone spur that was 1,000 feet thick and 1,000,000 feet long pierced out of the ground without warning, piercing the 8 Desolation Heart. The entire 8 Desolation Heart was knocked from the ground into the sky above the forest of thousands of bones. The outermost ring finally lost control and broke with a crack. The twisted and broken ring slowly came to a stop. As soon as it stopped, the 7th ring was exposed, and it was immediately attacked like a storm. Moreover, because it had lost the protection of the 1st ring, many bone spurs finally succeeded in attacking the bronze ball itself. Hearing the loud roar outside, everyone's hearts became more and more flustered, especially the 3-eyed man. His palms were constantly trembling, and even the power of desolation he released became intermittent and extremely unstable. Bang! Finally, after experiencing thousands of attacks, the 7th ring could not withstand it and broke on the spot. The bronze ball itself suffered even more attacks. "Ah, I don't want to die, I don't want to die yet." The 3-eyed man roared in despair. The power of desolation in his body was out of control, and he could not infuse it into the ring in time. Because of that, the 6th ring suddenly stopped rotating. The other 5 rings, which were already unable to withstand the pressure, suddenly felt the pressure multiply and continuously emitted a humming sound. Pa! Finally, the bronze ball could not withstand the attacks and was pierced by a bone spur. Coincidentally, the direction that the bone spur pierced was where the 3-eyed man was. He was pierced on the spot and was taken away by the bone spur. In the vast sky, the screams of the 3-eyed man as he hurriedly flew into the distance with his death, everyone in the bronze ball panicked. The power of desolation that was infused into the bronze ball showed signs of instability. Because of that, the remaining 5 rings became slightly sluggish. At the moment of sluggishness, the sky was filled with bone spurs that attacked like a storm, and the 5 rings were completely destroyed. The bronze ball was finally completely exposed to the bone spurs. Bang, bang, bang. The densely packed bone spurs pierced into the bronze ball, giving off a dull sound like frying beans. The surface of the bronze ball was visibly dented with the naked eye. Before long, the entire bronze ball would be completely squashed. The red-robed old woman's face was deathly pale. She had overestimated the heart of desolation and underestimated the forest of 10,000 bones. Now, there was no way forward and no way back. She was in a dilemma. Unless a miracle descended. But a miracle would not appear. Boom! With a loud sound, finally one of the directions could not withstand the barrage of attacks, and a large hole the size of 3 people was blasted open on the bronze ball. Hundreds of bone spurs pierced in like lightning. The 2 closest Dao lords did not even have time to resist before they were pierced like porcupines and taken away. After this wave of bone spurs was pushed out, hundreds and thousands of bone spurs pierced in again. The red-robed old woman's old eyes reflected a despairing white color. Chapter 2247. Seeing the endless bone spikes surging in like a tide, Suyu had no choice but to give up on controlling the 8 desolate heart. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out the sinful sword. The sinful sword was the sharpest sword in Suyu's possession. Ultimate ruins. As he waved his sword, a sword shadow swept across Suyu's body like a tornado. The nearby bone spikes were all cut into pieces. With Suyu's sword blocking them, the old woman and the others had some time to recover. All of them used their special skills. The old woman in red immediately activated her domain. At the same time, she took out her shield and placed it in front of her. The 3 half-path masters, including the Star Maiden, also used all their skills. The most eye-catching one was the Star Maiden. She touched the space between her brows, and the pink lotus imprint turned into a real object again. It started spinning on its own. The petals of the lotus were like sharp blades, cutting off all the bone spikes. The group of people worked together and managed to cut off the invading bone spikes. However, this was just a drop in the bucket. The gap had already expanded by more than 2 times, and as more and more bone spikes pierced through it, the gap continued to expand. They couldn't hold on for long. Just as the old woman and the others were feeling hopeless, the Star Maiden, who was closest to the gap, suddenly looked through it and saw a strange place. She said, "There are 2 caves there." Following her gaze, they saw what she was looking at. In front of them was the edge of the 1,000 Bones forest, and in front of them was a boundless flat land. On the ground there were 2 giant caves. "Have we returned to the edge of the forest?" one of the half-path masters asked. "No." The old woman's eyes lit up with hope again, and she said excitedly, "These bone spikes pushed us into the air, and they are also pushing us forward to the other side of the forest." "Hold on. We will soon be pushed out of the forest," the old woman shouted. At this moment of life and death, they didn't dare to slack off, so they clenched their teeth and held on. Finally, when the whole bronze ball was about to be smashed into pieces, the bronze ball suddenly became light, and it fell to the ground crazily. Along with a loud noise, it smashed into the ground. The few of them crawled out of the broken copper ball, and they were in a sorry state. He glanced at the 10,000 bones forest behind him. Like white snakes, the bone spikes slowly retracted and turned back into hard bone spikes, motionless. Only death awaited those who barged in without knowing the situation. The red-robed old woman let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally managed to keep their lives. It could be said that they were extremely lucky this time. Clan Elder, look. Suddenly a young man pointed to the ground nearby. Suyu followed his gaze and saw a row of cat paw marks. The marks were very clear. It should have been left not long ago. The Star Lady also noticed it, and her eyes flickered with intelligence. The red-clothed old woman's face was filled with delight. Just as she was about to say something, she looked at Suyu and the Star Maiden. The expression in his eyes changed several times, and a trace of killing intent flashed and disappeared. Finally, his eyes regained their calmness. He smiled and cupped his fists. "Both of you, let's go our separate ways from now on. Goodbye." After saying that, he led the two juniors to follow the cat's paw prints. The two juniors were both men, and they had incredibly large ears. One of the older ones had already achieved Tao transformation of his body and soul. He only lacked the nomological laws. Clan Elder, why did you let them go? The bracelet in that cat's mouth was once worn by the Tiani Great Emperor. Even if they couldn't snatch it from us, they could spread the news. In the future, we, the third peerless family, will inevitably be in trouble, he said thoughtfully. Another junior agreed. That's right. Clan Elder, are you concerned about the camaraderie of working together? If that's the case, you don't have to do that, do you? They relied on us to come here successfully. Now, they have to rely on their own abilities. They can't blame anyone for dying in the hands of Clan Elder. His words were laughable. It seemed like only Su Yu and the Star Lady had benefited from them. Could they have activated the heart of 8 Desolation without Su Yu and the Star Lady? It couldn't be, right? The red-clothed old woman's expression was indifferent. Do I need you two juniors to teach me how to do things? The two juniors were startled. The older one asked in surprise, Clan Elder, why did you let them go? After a moment of silence, the red-clothed old woman said in a serious voice, I was afraid that I might not be able to deal with those two. There was a hint of fear in her expression. It can't be. Clan Elder, you are a Pathmaster. Those 2 half-step Pathmasters could be annihilated by you with just a flick of your finger. The younger one exclaimed in surprise. The red-clothed old woman shook her head slightly. You don't understand. Those 2 people were definitely not ordinary half-step Pathmasters. Only then did the 2 juniors reveal grave expressions. In the entire 7 unique civilizations, there was actually someone other than Xiaorukin who had the ability to fight against a Pathmaster. It was unbelievable. Was it that man? One of the juniors asked. The black sword in his hand was of an extraordinary grade. No. However, the red-clothed old woman said, it's just a doctrine artifact that has lost its owner. It can't unleash much power. I'm talking about that woman. She didn't see how powerful Suyu was. Instead, she saw some clues about the Star Lady. She must be the Star Lady from the Lotus Sacred Star, the red-clothed old woman said. A few years ago, I accidentally received a secret message. The current Star Lady seems to have the Void Star constitution. Once she unleashes it, she can instantly kill ordinary Pathmasters. What? The 2 juniors sucked in a breath of cold air. The Void Star Constitution was the Lotus Sacred Star's top-notch constitution. It had the nature-defying ability to temporarily raise one's cultivation. However, since ancient times, only the Lotus Sacred Star's creator, the Void Star Saint, had possessed such a constitution. The current Star Lady unexpectedly possessed such a dreadful constitution. It was no wonder that the red-clothed old woman didn't act rashly. Otherwise, if the opponent fought to the death, it was hard to say who would die. Okay, let's quickly chase after that cat, the red-clothed old woman said in a deep voice as she looked at the footprints that were spreading into the distance. On the other side, the Star Lady rolled her eyes and looked at Suyu. She asked, what are your plans? Her words implied that she was going to part ways with Suyu. It seemed like she didn't want Suyu to join the fight for that cat. I'm just looking around, Suyu said calmly. The Star Lady nodded and said, Fine, I'll see you later. After cupping her fists slightly, the Star Lady stepped on the lotus and quickly chased after the cat's paw prints. Once she was far away, she turned her head to look at Suyu, who couldn't be seen anymore. She smiled and said, I'm sorry, but the opportunity is right in front of us. One less strong competitor means one more hope. However, she didn't know that Suyu had little butterflies, shared vision, and could locate the treasures. At the same time, there were instructions on how to avoid danger in the letter of the agile imperial concubine. To Suyu, all the treasures in this place were as easy as pie. Following Su Yu would be a great fortune. Chapter 2248. In the distance, Su Yu shrugged and used Xiao Dai's vision to scan the surroundings. Finally, he landed in the huge pit on the left. In his vision, there was a blue-level treasure. Concubine Pianxian's records are correct. In the pit on the left, there is the desolate soul stone of the great emperor. Su Yu nodded slightly and headed in another direction. As he approached, he realized that the cave was extremely huge. Standing at the edge, he could not see the other side of the cave. The cave was lifeless, filled with evil energy and unknown skeletons. He leaped into the cave. Following the cave, he went deeper into the ground. At the same time, outside the forest of Thousand Bones, Zhan Wushuang and the fiery lady arrived. They were unlucky and had been transported to the vicinity of the forest of Thousand Bones. According to my senses, the divine throne of heaven and earth is in the north. We need to hurry there, Zhan Wushuang said. North. The fiery lady looked across the forest of Thousand Bones. To save time, let's go through this forest. Zhan Wushuang frowned as he looked at the corpses hanging in the air in the forest. That would be dangerous, wouldn't it? The fiery lady walked into the forest of Thousand Bones unhurriedly, as if she had not noticed the corpses. As soon as she entered the forest, the bone spikes changed as expected and shot toward the fiery lady. She sneered and sucked her fingers seductively. Mere evil creatures dare to be presumptuous in front of me. She squatted down and touched the finger she sucked onto the ground. In an instant, boundless fire gushed out from the ground and burned all the bone spikes. The temperature of the flames was incredibly high, and the bone spikes that could pierce through even Dao Lords were instantly melted into white raindrops like snow in the face of the flames, falling to the ground in a drizzle. In the rainwater, white flesh worms filled with evil energy could be seen with the naked eye. They were the ones who controlled every single bone spike to kill anyone who tried to intrude. You overestimate yourself. The fiery lady stepped forward and stomped the worms to death. Then she continued forward. With every step she took, raging fire rose in front of her, melting all the bone spikes. Not to mention being attacked by the bone spikes. Wherever she passed, all the bone spikes would avoid her in advance for fear of being burned to death. Just like that, the fiery lady easily came to the other side of the forest. Oh, 2 caves? The fiery woman was slightly surprised. What is the Heavenly Legacy guy doing? She could see that the 2 caves were unusual. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, "Since you're here, let's go and have a look." She chose the cave on the right. Unfortunately, the cave on the right happened to be the direction in which Star Maiden and the old woman in red were chasing the kitten. Speaking of Su Yu, after an entire day's journey, they finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At the bottom of the cave, there was snow-white bone dust everywhere, reflecting a pale white light, illuminating the entire cave. A nameless tombstone stood in the center of the bottom. Su Yu looked over and saw that there was no name or surname on the tombstone, but there was a line of words. At the end of the sea, the sky is the shore. At the peak of the mountain, I am the peak. After savoring it carefully, Su Yu could not help but laugh. If these words were the epitaph, it was enough to show the confidence of the owner of the tomb when he was alive. However, such a person was buried at the bottom of a nameless cave. He seemed to be down and out and miserable, which was inconsistent with the epitaph. Su Yu shook his head and looked at the southeast corner of the bottom. There was a small man-made door there, and the blue mass of air he had sensed was behind it. When he came to the door, he tried to break it open. However, the material of the door was shocking. It was made of the material of a doctrine artifact. Even a pathmaster would find it difficult to break it open by force. Su Yu used his upper-level heavenly dragon body and punched the door. Even a pathmaster of the family master level would have to use some strength to break it, but he could only leave a shallow fist mark on the door. As long as the door was more than a foot thick, It would take Su Yu at least 10 days to break it open. It was obviously not worth it to delay the heaven and earth divine throne for a Pathmaster level treasure. Just as Su Yu was about to give up, a slight cracking sound came from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the ownerless tombstone. A crack the width of a finger had appeared in the middle. A large amount of blood flowed out of the tombstone. In an instant, a small pool of blood formed on the ground. Gurgle! All of a sudden, a bubble appeared in the pool of blood. Then, more and more bubbles appeared, and the whole pool of blood seemed to be boiling. What was more shocking was that the blood in the pool of blood seemed to have come to life, adhering to the nearby bones and wrapping them into its body. Then it formed a 2-foot-tall humanoid form. Its facial features, body, and limbs were all there. It could even open its mouth and speak, its voice vague and evil. To enter the heaven chamber, you have to go through me first. The bloody man slowly formed a heavenly halberd in his hand, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura that was no weaker than a Pathmaster of the Family Master level. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The bloody man in front of him was not a living creature. It was an evil spirit with a remnant will, a body that had been temporarily constructed. Emperor, who are you? So you guessed, the Tianyi, Great Emperor. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The remnant will in front of him was the Tianyi, Great Emperor himself? But he immediately denied it. How could the path blood left behind by the real Tianyi, Great Emperor, be of this level? Once I get through you, the door of the heaven chamber will open. Yes. Su Yu gripped the sinful sword tightly and said calmly, Then I'll let you die again. The bloody man sensed Su Yu's attack and quickly waved the heavenly halberd, drawing an unusually mysterious path. Su Yu's sinful sword swept across. Zhaoxi! The simple and unadorned sword contained a supreme sword will. It cut through the path and slashed at the bloody man. This sword should have destroyed the remnant will and caused it to perish completely. All of a sudden, 10,000 arrows, which were formed by blood, shot out of his bloody body, and they shot towards Su Yu in an overwhelming manner. Su Yu's face changed slightly. He immediately used the law of space to distort the space in front of him, causing the arrows to fly elsewhere. Without waiting for Su Yu to move further, the bloody man's body suddenly exploded, turning into a mass of blood that sprayed towards Su Yu. Su Yu's expression did not change. With a pat of his right hand, the gourd at his waist sprayed out a large amount of sand in front of him. However, the blood was all-pervasive. It immediately soaked the sand and sprayed toward Su Yu, who was close to him. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Su Yu immediately used the 30-foot small world. Puff! 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 Only then did the blood stop outside the 30-foot small world, unable to advance any further. Seizing the opportunity, the sinful sword in Su Yu's hand was replaced by a crystal sword. Boundless karmic flame. A mysterious flame rose from the sword. As soon as the boundless karmic flame appeared, it immediately evaporated the blood. The rest of the blood retreated rapidly as if it had encountered its nemesis, reforming into a bloody man. Chapter 2249. Su Yu was apprehensive. The strength of the bloody man was beyond his expectations. If not for the fact that he possessed the boundless karmic flames that could restrain evil beings, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. The bloody man was in pain. He glanced at the boundless karmic flames warily and attacked again without fear of death. What was different from before was that the Crimson Man was releasing a layer of powerful crimson light that enveloped an area of 100,000 feet around him. Under the cover of the bloody light, the evil beings hidden deep underground were all drained of their power and added to the blood man's body. His cultivation base had already skyrocketed at a crazy speed. In just a few breaths, he had surpassed the patriarch level and reached an extremely high level. Su Yu's face was filled with deep shock. It wasn't because his cultivation had increased, but because he had used this technique a long time ago. That was the evil ghost bloodline. This was an ability unique to the ghost race. In the past, Ling Xiaotian had injected this bloodline into Su Yu's body. Su Yu was slightly distracted by the fact that he was able to encounter the bloodline of the evil ghost once again. What he didn't understand was when the remnant soul of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor became a ghost. Or was the Sky Legacy Great Emperor a member of the Ghost Clan? While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the bloody man had already charged toward him with an unparalleled aura. With Su Yu's cultivation, it was impossible for him to be a match for her. Sighing softly, Su Yu took out 2 big bottles of blood. Each bottle contained 10,000 Daelord's blood. He chose a bottle and crushed it, causing 10,000 drops of the Daelord's blood to float before him. Bright light flashed in his right hand, and the 9 jade spirit pearl appeared. A suction force revolved around the surface of the 9 jade spiritual pearl, and it instantly devoured all 10,000 drops of Daelord blood. The entire 9 jade spiritual pearl released an incomparably bright emerald light, which enveloped the blood man who was rushing over. Immediately, the remnant in the blood man's body vanished without any warning. Not even a scream could be heard. His body turned back into a ball of blood, which quickly turned black and stinky. With no other choice, Su Yu activated the Heavenly Law Death Eye. Although the strength of the bloody figure was formidable, its soul was merely a remnant consciousness. How could it resist the death energy of the Heaven Tao's Death Eye? As soon as he died, a creaking sound came from behind him, and a 10-meter thick door slowly rose up, revealing a strange purple light. Inside the purple light was the heavenly chamber mentioned by the bloody man. Putting away the Heavenly Law Death Eye, Su Yu entered the heavenly chamber. At that time, at the bottom of the deep pit on the right, the Star Lady and the red-robed old woman were fighting with a giant monster made of white bones. The 2 youths that the old woman in red had brought with her had already been decapitated. Only the 2 of them were left, struggling to hold on. The skeletal monster appeared suddenly, catching the 4 people who had just reached the bottom off guard. The 2 youths were killed on the spot by the sneak attack. By now, the Star Maiden and the old woman in red had reached their limits. This was especially so for the old woman in red. Her Tao Lord power had been completely exhausted, and her Tao artifact had been destroyed by the gigantic monster. Star Maiden, if you don't make a move now, what are you waiting for? The red-clothed old woman roared. Star Lady gritted her teeth. Old thing, move aside. She took a deep breath, and the lotus mark between her eyebrows suddenly rotated. Each of the 8 lotus petals had a pink line that extended to every part of Star Maiden's body. Soon, the surface of his body was covered with twisted pink lines, forming strange patterns. At first glance, it looked like some kind of ancient rune. The eyes of the old woman in red flashed. This was the legendary Starry Sky physique. It was known as the strongest physique of the Lotus Sacred Star. The Star Maiden slowly opened her eyes, and the pupils of her beautiful eyes were replaced by lotus flowers. You actually forced me to this point. Star Maiden stared at the huge skeleton, her eyes revealing a cold light, and she said coldly, "Fallen flowers without roots." The patterns on the surface of his body were like bright suns, shining brightly. With her feet as the center, pink lotus flowers the size of wash basins grew on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire bottom of the deep pit was blooming with dense lotus flowers. Roar! The skeletal monster roared, and its huge limbs stomped the ground fiercely, crushing the lotus flowers one by one. However, the brittle lotus fragments attached to the surface of the skeleton's body, corroding the bones into pitch-black powder. The skeletal monster sensed danger and immediately retreated, but there were lotus flowers all around. Wherever he retreated, the lotus flowers attached to his body and corroded part of his bones. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The Star Maiden's eyes were cold, and she shouted softly. All the lotus flowers on the ground rose into the air and wrapped around the entire skeletal monster. There were continuous roars inside, and then the voice gradually weakened. Finally, there was no sound. The patterns on the Star Maiden's body slowly disappeared, and the many lotus flowers turned into pink light and returned to her body. In the same place, there was no trace of the skeletal monster, except for the black powder all over the ground. On the wall behind them, a stone door opened leisurely, revealing a strange purple light. The Star Maiden looked at the old woman in red calmly, killing intent flashing in her eyes. She said, "Don't do anything to court death." The old woman in red was terrified. How could she still dare to disobey the Star Maiden? The starry sky constitution was much more terrifying than the rumors said. Even the powerful skeletal monster of the family master level couldn't withstand a blow from the Star Maiden's starry sky constitution. She timidly followed the Star Maiden from afar into the heaven room. Back to Suyu. After entering the heaven room, he looked around and found that the so-called heaven room was just a rather spacious hall. At the top of the hall, there was a golden throne made of special materials. On the throne, there was a black cat lying cross-legged. It seemed to be sleeping soundly. When it heard someone enter, it immediately raised its head vigilantly and looked toward the source of the sound with its eyes wide open. After confirming that it was Suyu, it immediately got up and paced back and forth on the throne. Suyu noticed that the black cat was holding a fiery red bracelet in its mouth. There were 7 pearls on the bracelet, each of which contained a terrifying power no less than the aura of the Blood Man. Is this what the Star Maiden and the others are chasing after? Suyu suddenly understood. He had been wondering why the old woman in red and the Star Maiden were so obsessed with the little cat. So that was it. If they got that bracelet, they could easily defeat all the experts of the 7 unique civilizations. Whichever family got it would be able to look down on the 7 unique civilizations. If anyone refused to accept it, a single pearl could completely destroy a family master. Of course, the premise was that the other family masters hadn't obtained powerful treasures from the Tiani Cavern. Since it had appeared in front of Suyu, there was no reason for him to miss it. His left eye flashed, and a space vortex appeared behind the little cat, ready to suck it in. However, at that moment, the stone door on the other side of the hall suddenly opened with a click. The Star Maiden and the old woman in red walked in. The hall was so spacious that the Star Maiden saw Suyu first, and she was slightly startled. When she saw that Suyu was trying to capture the little black cat, her face changed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she decisively attacked the little black cat. Lotus chant. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at the cat. The little cat was blown away. Suyu's space vortex caught nothing. The Star Maiden took the opportunity to flash over and capture the little black cat. Suyu frowned slightly. Ever since the Star Maiden had revealed her identity as a spy on Suyu, there had been a faint rift between them. Now, to snatch the treasure in front of him, was she tearing off half of her mask? Chapter 2250. Since the Star Maiden had tried to snatch it, Suyu had no reason to be polite anymore. Freeze! His left eye flickered with the red space law as he activated the space freeze. The Star Maiden, who was speeding away, was frozen on the spot. She was like a fish that was suddenly frozen in ice, unable to move at all. Suyu took the opportunity to look at the little black cat. Because it had been frightened several times, the little black cat bit the bracelet in its mouth even more tightly, then quickly drilled into the crevice of the stone. Space lotus! Suyu pointed at it from afar, and a lotus blossomed with the little black cat at its center, completely freezing it within. He then teleported to the front of the space lotus. Just as he was about to take out the little black cat, the Star Maiden's space freeze ended. She squatted down without hesitation and slapped the ground with her palms. In an instant, densely packed pink lotus flowers enveloped the space lotus. The space lotus disintegrated layer by layer, revealing the frozen little black cat. At the same time, the pink lotuses wrapped around the little black cat and flew in the direction of the Star Maiden. Su Yu snorted coldly and raised his hand to strike with his sword. Wherever the sharp, sinful sword passed, the lotuses were all chopped into dust. The little black cat took the opportunity to leap out from a crevice. When the Star Maiden saw this, the lotus mark between her eyebrows flickered, and a pink lotus appeared under her feet. It carried her and flew away at a speed far greater than a pathmaster's. Su Yu was not to be outdone. Space transfer. He stared at the stone closest to the little black cat and the space around the stone, and Su Yu's body immediately exchanged positions. The next moment, Su Yu appeared at the stone's position. The little black cat was caught off guard, and it bumped into Su Yu's toes, causing it to tumble on the spot. Su Yu grabbed him by the neck and successfully captured him. At the same time, his left hand moved like lightning, grabbing the bracelet in its mouth. The Star Maiden's expression changed slightly, and the lotus mark between her eyebrows shone brightly, releasing many red lines, which condensed into strange patterns on the surface of her body. Her eyes became empty and indifferent, and her whole body's aura became unfathomable. Su Rushu, don't fight with me. You can't afford it. The Star Maiden's lotus eyes were fixed on Su Yu, and numerous pink lotuses bloomed on the spot with her feet as the center. Not long after, the entire hall was filled with flowers, including the walls. Su Yu successfully removed the bracelet and looked at the lotus flowers on the ground with slight fear. He could sense that the lotus was not weak at all. It was probably not inferior to the attack of the heavenly axioms, Eye of Death. After mulling it over for a moment, Su Yu threw the bracelet at Star Maiden and said, "You win!" The Star Maiden used her sleeve to wrap it up in the air. She only accepted it after ascertaining that she hadn't done anything wrong. She looked at Su Yu coldly, feeling that something was amiss. Based on Su Yu's character, how could he hand over such an important thing to someone else? Was there something wrong with it? She looked around. This place was guarded so tightly by the skeletal monster. There must be something good inside. Could it be that Su Yu had set his sights on the treasures here? Leave this place immediately. The Star Maiden interrupted Su Yu's delusion. Su Yu said coldly, "Star Lady, that's enough. Don't go overboard." The Star Maiden, however, didn't care about the camaraderie of having fought side by side with him. She said calmly, "In the world of martial arts, the weak are prey to the strong. I think that with your intelligence you should understand." Her words were laced with a hint of threat. Su Yu squinted his eyes and stared at the Star Maiden for a moment. Then, with a sullen look on his face, he left through the door he had come from. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of her that he deliberately avoided her. The Star Maiden's senses were constantly monitoring Su Yu. Only after ascertaining that he had left the heaven room did she relax slightly. A heaven ruler? He's nothing more than this. The Star Maiden shook her head, looking at him with contempt. If Su Yu had fought back with all his might, she might have thought more highly of him. However, just a slight scare had caused him to hesitate and not dare to fight back. She didn't want to be associated with such a person. After driving Su Yu away, the Star Maiden looked at the red-clothed old woman at the door and glared at her with a warning look. Then she went to look for treasures nearby. The heaven room is sealed so there should be a very important treasure inside. Its value should be far greater than the bracelet, the Star Maiden thought. However, after carefully searching inside and out, even the throne was broken into pieces by the Star Maiden. In the end, there was nothing to be found. It's strange. Did Su get there first? The Star Maiden furrowed her brows and said with uncertainty. Then she shook her head. When she had just entered, Su Yu was catching the kitten. The first treasure he had seen was the bracelet that the kitten had mentioned. He hadn't had the time to look for other treasures. But why was there nothing here? As she was pondering this, she suddenly sensed that the red-clothed old woman's aura behind her had disappeared. She wasn't surprised that the old woman had disappeared. Perhaps she had left because she knew she couldn't get anything out of this. However, her aura had disappeared either because she had hidden herself or because someone had erased all traces of her aura. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. When she turned her head, her pupils shrank. There were two people standing at the door, one in front of the other behind her. Beneath their feet, there was a pile of ashes that was still burning. It was the red-clothed old woman. She had been burned to ashes before she could even let out a scream. The Star Maiden stared at the woman who was covered in flames. Her pupils shrank and her voice trembled. One of the 4 demons of the Starfire civilization, the Purple Flame, demonic woman. Because of her surprise and shock, her words seemed incoherent and she was stuttering. The fiery woman was slightly surprised. "Oh, someone knows me? What a coincidence!" She swayed her slender waist as she walked in seductively. Her bright eyes scanned the surroundings before landing on Star Lady again. She hooked her finger at Star Lady with a faint smile. "Take it out, the thing's here." The Star Maiden's heart skipped a beat. She averted her eyes and said, "Double what?" The fiery woman laughed. "The Tiani guy has 6 great treasures. This must be one of them. Since you came here first, you must have gotten that treasure." Hearing this, the Star Maiden's eyes became even more evasive. "Little girl, since you know my name, you should know that I don't like to talk nonsense." The Purple Flame demonic woman's tone became deeper. It was a sign that she was about to get angry. The Star Maiden pursed her lips tightly and her heart trembled. The Purple Flame demonic woman was not only temperamental. To be exact, her personality was twisted. Even her preferences for men and women were different from ordinary people. Recalling the bad rumors, the Star Maiden immediately took out the bracelet and threw it to the Purple Flame demonic woman. The Purple Flame demonic woman caught the bracelet. She glanced at it and a dangerous look flashed in her eyes. "Little girl, do you think it's fun to trick me?" "Trick you? Who would dare?" The Star Maiden hurriedly said, "I only found this treasure in the heavenly chamber. I didn't find anything else." "You call this a treasure?" The Purple Flame demonic woman narrowed her eyes. The Star Maiden felt bitter when she heard this. She said, "Senior, you might not be interested in this bracelet. However, for low-level martial artists like us, it's indeed a rare treasure." The Purple Flame demonic woman burst into laughter. "You call a string of stones a treasure? Little girl, you seem to have experienced something interesting." The Purple Flame demonic woman spat out flames and set the bracelet on fire. An obscure fluctuation immediately appeared on the surface of the bracelet. The fluctuation vaguely showed signs of an illusion. Along with a cracking sound, something on the surface of the bracelet broke. Then the bracelet, which was strung with fiery red beads, turned into a string of ordinary stones. How is this possible? The Star Maiden was shocked. She didn't understand what was going on. "You look very surprised." The Purple Flame demonic woman chuckled meaningfully. The Star Maiden was intelligent, so she immediately understood what was going on. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "Su Rushu!" Su Yu was the only one who had touched the bracelet. Although she didn't understand how Su Yu had done it and how he had fooled her, she was sure that she had been fooled. Thinking about how Su Yu had given up the bracelet so readily, the Star Maiden was even more certain that she had been fooled by Su Yu. "Su Rushu!" The Purple Flame demonic woman chuckled. "Then the heavenly treasures here must have been obtained by him." "That's impossible," the Star Maiden said frankly. "When I came in, he was catching that kitten. He shouldn't have had the chance to look for other treasures." The Purple Flame demonic woman said calmly, "Is it a black kitten?" "One of the 6 heavenly treasures is an immortal black kitten. Its name is the life-gazing cat." What? Only now did the Star Maiden recall that when Suyu had left, he hadn't taken the ordinary-looking black kitten with him. Now that she thought about it carefully, the black kitten was indeed extraordinary. It could travel through the forest of myriad bones safely and enter the heaven room. Was it an ordinary kitten? What made her feel even more unreconciled was that Su Yu must have discovered everything. Not only had he used the fake bracelet to steal the real treasure from the heaven room, but he had also pretended that he didn't know anything about it. Su Rushu. She seemed to have seen Su Yu's suffocating wisdom when they had exchanged hostages. The Star Maiden, who thought that she was as intelligent as Su Yu, realized for the first time that there was such a huge gap between her and Su Yu. Little girl, come with me. When we catch Su Rushu, I'll leave him to you. The purple flame demonic woman walked over and said with a smile. The Star Maiden's heart skipped a beat. She said hesitantly, Elder, I'm too weak. I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you. Please forgive me for not being able to follow you. When she finished speaking, she retreated hurriedly. At the same time, the lotuses on the ground flew up to shield her. The purple flame, demonic woman, curled up the corners of her mouth. All of a sudden, all the lotuses were burned to ashes, not even having the chance to corrode them. The Star Maiden, who had fled to the entrance of the heaven room, was exposed. Sizzle! Just as the Star Maiden was about to escape, the entrance of the heaven room was suddenly set ablaze with intense flames. It would only take a moment to kill the Star Maiden. Will you die or will you obey me? The purple flame demonic woman looked at the Star Maiden's alluring body from head to toe and smiled evilly. The Star Maiden's heart trembled slightly. She turned around with an ugly expression, not daring to move. She knew that she couldn't escape the purple flame demonic woman's grasp. The purple flame demonic woman smiled evilly and walked up to her. She grabbed the Star Maiden's chest with her palm and began to knead the bulge. The Star Maiden's face was flushed. She was humiliated, but she didn't want to resist. Zhan Wushuang, who was at the entrance on the other side, closed his eyes and sighed silently. Chapter 2251. This woman hated men very much, but towards women, this beautiful girl from the 7 absolute civilizations was finished after falling into the hands of the purple flame demoness. 10 minutes later, the purple flame demoness was done. She licked her lips as if she hadn't had enough. What a wonderful taste! Not bad, this trip was not in vain. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the Star Lady's skin seemed to have dimmed a little, while the purple flame demoness seemed to have become younger. This was the reason why she liked women. The domain that she cultivated was a heaven-defined domain that allowed her to live forever and never grow old. In theory, as long as there were enough young women for him to absorb, he would be able to remain young forever until his death. The real purple flame demoness should be a white-haired old woman. On the other hand, the women who had their essence absorbed by the Star Maiden had always aged prematurely. At the same time, due to the premature decline of essence, all aspects of the body would deteriorate, greatly affecting the path of martial arts. Star Maiden's hair was disheveled and her clothes were disheveled. Her heart was filled with humiliation and hatred. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that her chastity would be taken away by a woman one day. She hated him. However, she did not dare to hate the purple flame demonic woman. She could only hate Su Yu. Yes, he hated Su Yu. If he didn't lie to me, I wouldn't have wasted my time searching for the treasure here and ended up being captured by the purple flame demoness. The hardest thing to hate is oneself. Once their interests were harmed and they were angry, they would subconsciously vent their anger on others. Moreover, he was the kind of person who would vent his anger on safety. The one who had assaulted her was the purple flame demoness. Why wouldn't she hate her? Because the purple flame demoness was a demoness who killed without batting an eyelid. She didn't dare to hate her. As for Su Yu, he was a person who had principles and did not kill indiscriminately. Hence, she hated Su Yu, not the purple flame demonic woman. Little girl, from today onwards, you are my woman. I will help you take revenge for all your grievances. The violet flame demoness lifted the Star Maiden's chin and said, I'll kill that Surushu for you if we encounter her." The Star Lady nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, Senior, but I want to do it myself." "All right, as long as you hand the treasure over to me." The purple flame Demoness didn't mind. The three of them left the hall and headed north. Su was in the same direction. Su only stopped when he reached a relatively safe hilly area. With a flash of light, an item appeared in each of his hands. One of them was the bracelet. Su curled up the corners of his mouth and said, "The illusionary technique recorded in Concubine Pianxian's letter is really effective." In the letter, there was the ability to control the entire palace, including how to use the illusion of the Mirage Dragon. A moment ago, when Su had touched the bracelet in the Great Hall, he had cleverly replaced it with a stone pearl. Then he had used an illusory technique to conceal it and successfully deceive the Star Maiden. As for the little black cat, Su picked it up and let it struggle freely. He then squinted his eyes and said, "It's hard to imagine that you are a treasure and not a living creature." On the surface, the little black cat was indeed a living creature. But in Xiao Dai's shared perspective, the little black cat was a treasure that emitted a faint blue light. "Are you the demonic soul stone?" Su asked as he sized it up. The agile imperial concubine said that the malicious soul stone was one of the 6 treasures that the Sky Legacy Emperor valued the most. As long as one refined it, one's soul would not be destroyed. In other words, it was a soul defense treasure. Moreover, its level was comparable to a doctrine artifact. Unlike a doctrine artifact, as long as the malicious soul stone didn't have a master, whoever obtained it would be able to use it. Su's eyes lit up. Ever since the divine 9-dragon cauldron left his head, he had not encountered a suitable soul defense treasure. The malicious soul stone in front of him was one of the best treasures. According to the agile imperial concubine's letter, as long as he successfully refined it, even the Sky Legacy Emperor would not be able to harm Su's soul. It was unknown how strong the Sky Legacy Emperor was. However, it was conceivable that among the 7-star civilizations, there would not be many people who could surpass him. After looking for a safe place, Su immediately sat down with his legs crossed and began to refine the little black cat. He sacrificed a drop of his essence blood, fused it with a wisp of his soul, and injected it into the space between the little black cat's eyebrows. The little black cat naturally resisted with all its might. However, as a treasure without a master, how could it resist? After a short while, it was forcibly refined by Su. Meow. After the little black cat was refined, it immediately showed unusual affection toward Su. It jumped onto his shoulder and gently rubbed his face. Su's mind was filled with memories of the little black cat. He murmured softly, "The life-gazing cat? Is that the name given to it by the Sky Legacy Emperor? Does it have a profound meaning?" After thinking for a while, Su looked towards the northernmost area. The love-severing platform was there. It had been some time since he entered the heavenly Legacy Cavern. It was still unknown whether the love-severing platform had been discovered. There was no time to waste. He set off immediately and headed there. A few days later, a huge chasm suddenly appeared in front of the open plain, revealing a 1,000-foot-deep abyss. Beneath the abyss was an even wider plain. Looking down from above, Su found that he had been on a huge plateau, and the real plain was below him. Just as he was about to jump down, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a few familiar figures wandering around nearby. Among them were the Stone Sword, the Snow Swordsman, and a group of familiar people from the Sea Wolves Pirates. Su's eyes flickered slightly. What a coincidence! If they were here, did it mean that the Sea Wolf Pathmaster was nearby? Thinking of him, Su's heart flickered with intense killing intent. When the Sea Wolf Pathmaster forced Su to carry out the mission of capturing the greedy Wolf King, he had sworn in his heart, if there was a chance, he would kill him. Unfortunately, Su did not have such an opportunity when he was in the Pirate Alliance. But now that he was in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern, if the time was right, Leader Su, He had found them, and they had also found Suyu. The snow swordsman walked over quickly with a joyful look on his face. They had joined the Sea Wolves pirates together, but now they had gone their separate ways. Their experiences were worlds apart. "How have you been?" Suyu smiled. He had a good impression of the snow swordsman. "Hey, how could I be fine? I don't have the ability of Leader Su, so I can only wait for death to come," the snow swordsman said in shame. Then his eyes darkened. The poisonous oracle was even more unlucky. He was killed by the Pajuan emperor for no reason. After the greedy Wolf King was captured, the Pajuan emperor led his men into the depths of the Sea Wolves pirates to rescue him. During that time, many pirates were killed, including the poisonous oracle. Suyu sighed softly and said, "It's all fate." The snow swordsman was full of loneliness. It was rare for him to meet an old friend like Suyu, so he felt more and more upset. Then he chatted with Suyu for a while. The stone sword stood in the distance, staring at Suyu with fear, not daring to come over. "Snow Hall Master, we don't have much time left," the stone sword urged. The snow swordsman sighed at Suyu, then cupped his fists and said, "Leader Su, let's talk again when there's a chance." He seemed to be in a hurry, as if he had something urgent to do. Chapter 2252. The swordsman in the snow didn't try to hide it. He said, "That's not it. Some of our people found some strange ruins nearby and wanted to go there to have a look." Ruins? None of the ruins here were safe. Even the pathmasters could be buried here. With their cultivation, going there was no different from thinking. "Do you mind if I go with you?" Suyu asked. The swordsman in the snow didn't know what to do. The ruins here were found by the Sea Wolves pirates. As the leader of another pirate, it wasn't appropriate for Suyu to go with them. "I have to ask the deputy leader," the swordsman in the snow said. He immediately ran to the stone sword to report to him. After hesitating for a while, the stone sword nodded his head in agreement. According to the information from his subordinates, the ruins weren't very peaceful. If a strong man like Suyu went with them, it would be much safer. Compared to the fact that he would get a share of the treasures, his strength played a more important role. After getting his consent, Suyu went with them to the abyss below. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a ruin. The ruin was deep and dark, and many powerful evil creatures were hiding there. In fact, from Suyu's point of view, there weren't many valuable treasures in it, but many dangers. What caught his attention was that there was a dark cyan ball of light inside. The difference was that it was moving. "Clear the danger. Be careful." The stone sword was very vigilant. Judging from the evil creatures that appeared, many of them were deadly to the half-path masters. Fortunately, they had a lot of people. Many of them were holding various kinds of magical treasures. They killed their way in and killed many evil creatures. Occasionally, some formidable beings at the half-step Dowlord realm would appear, but the sword in the stone would personally annihilate them. Su only attacked those that he couldn't kill. Several times, the evil creatures that almost destroyed the stone sword were killed by Suyu easily. This made the stone sword feel lucky that he had made the right decision. Without Suyu's help, they would all have died here. In the end, they completely cleared the evil creatures in the ruins and went their separate ways to look for treasures. Suyu went straight to the moving treasure he had found. He was surprised to find that it was a tattered scroll that was revolving around the ruins. There was a calligraphy drawn on the scroll with the Path Master's blood. Suyu did not pay much attention to it at first, but when he saw the words, he could not help but be slightly shocked. "I've tried to enter an 8-star civilization 10 times, but I've always been rejected. This is my regret. The 8-star civilization regards us as desolate residents of the outer realm and set up the ancient absolute beginning formation to isolate us from the outside world. I'll use all my strength to make the 8-star civilization lower their heads and look at us, the desolate people of the outer realm. Heavenly legacy!" This calligraphy was left behind by the Sky Legacy Emperor. The content of the calligraphy was very long, but because it was incomplete, it was disjointed, so he could only distinguish the above 3 sentences. However, these 3 sentences revealed a lot of thought-provoking content. Firstly, the rumored 8-star civilization did exist in the absolute beginning realm. Secondly, unlike any other civilizations that Suyu had seen in the past, the 8-star civilizations could not enter at will. At least, even with the Tianyi Great Emperor's Hong Tian strength, he was refused entry by the 8-star civilizations. Su Yu's heart trembled for a long time. What kind of place was an 8-star civilization? What was the so-called ancient, absolute beginning formation that isolated the desolate people of the outer realm? As he was pondering, the swordsman in the snow found Su Yu and found the calligraphy floating in the air. He said in surprise, "Is this calligraphy left by the Sky Legacy Emperor himself?" Surprised, he cast an envious look at Su Yu. "Leader Su, you're so lucky to have come across the relic of the Sky Legacy Emperor." Su Yu was enraged. He took a deep look at the calligraphy and said casually, "This thing is useless to me. If you want it, just take it." It was just a piece of calligraphy which at most contained some of the meaning of the Sky Legacy Emperor. It might be of great use to other half-Taoist masters, but not to Su Yu. "This thing is so precious, and it was found by Leader Su first." "I can't take it," the swordsman in the snow refused. Su Yu said calmly, "If you don't want it, give it to the stone sword." "I want it." Upon hearing this, the swordsman in the snow immediately stepped forward and accepted the calligraphy. He thanked Su Yu profusely. "Thank you, Leader Su, thank you." "It's okay," Su Yu smiled lightly. The words 8-star civilization lingered in his mind for a long time. When they finished searching the ruins, everyone gathered again. The stone sword looked at Su Yu meaningfully and said to everyone, "Rest here. I've received news that the leader is on his way." A cold light flashed in the depths of Su Yu's eyes. He had been waiting for him for a long time. At that moment, the swordsman in the snow lowered his voice and said, "Leader Su, before the leader returns, why don't you leave first?" The conflict between Su Yu and the Sea Wolves pirates was well known. When the leader of the Sea Wolves returned and found Su Yu here, there would inevitably be a conflict. To be precise, Su Yu would be in danger. Without Xia Xiaoya's protection, who would know if the leader of the Sea Wolves killed Su Yu secretly? "Leave? No need. I have something to discuss with the leader of the Sea Wolves," Su Yu said calmly. He was already thinking about how to kill the leader of the Sea Wolves as quietly as possible without arousing suspicion. The best way was to lure him to a remote place and kill him alone. Having made up his mind, Su Yu waited silently. Half a day later, the aura of the leader of the Sea Wolves appeared. "Welcome, leader." The stone sword and the others immediately stepped forward and bowed to the void. Whoosh! The leader of the Sea Wolves appeared. He casually glanced at everyone and was delighted to see that they were all safe and sound. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw an unusual person. While everyone else was bowing, another person was standing straight and looking at him coldly. It was difficult for him not to notice. When he saw the face clearly, the leader of the Sea Wolves unconsciously released a murderous aura. "Su Rushu." Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and slowly walked over. He said calmly, "You should call me Leader Su." "Humph." The leader of the Sea Wolves snorted coldly, his eyes overflowing with coldness. "What are you doing among my pirates? Did Xia Xiaoya send you?" His questioning tone made it clear that he was looking for trouble. Su Yu said calmly, "You should thank me. Without me, they might not all be standing in front of you safe and sound." The leader of the Sea Wolves gradually narrowed his eyes. He had long wanted to get rid of Su Yu, the person who had humiliated him. Because of Xia Xiaoya, he did not dare to make a move. Now that he was in the Heavenly Legacy Cave, he still dared to come to his pirates alone. He was walking into a tiger's den and walking right into a trap. Of course, with so many people around, he did not dare to kill him in front of so many people. Otherwise, if Xiaxiaya heard about it, she would definitely seek revenge. He suddenly smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank you." From his words, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Su Yu understood and said indifferently, "You're welcome." Since Leader Su is here, that's perfect. With the three of us leaders attacking together, we should have a higher chance of success.